Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected.
Fixerbot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. Unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries. All knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. Unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries. All knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning and hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. Unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries. All knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
So do I have like some... Yeah, there's audio in the background. So let's fix that. As I started streaming, I realized Neil was online. I was like, oh right. Ah well, I started. I really appreciate his energy. He's like spreading a great energy. Yeah. So I've told him it's not very nice. So I just fixed the title of the YouTube stream. That's why I hopped into YouTube. So today we're going to continue with the next room here in the offensive pen testing Active Directory hacking bit. So last time we tried a few different attack ways to attack AD. And let's see here. Let's pop up the notes. The last one was McAfee installation crowds, finding them in a database. Yeah, so I don't know why I had the audio off there. So I hope you heard the music. I think you did. I heard it. Let's see. So we also had LDAP passback attack that we tested by using a printer settings page they had in their like virtual network, AD network, and putting the server address to our IP and sending this test. And with Netcab we couldn't really get anything, but we installed and enabled this SLAPD service, and then we got it all in clear text when listening with TCP dump. So that was another one we did last time. And the password tag, it's just modifying a script that they had that was too complex for this simple thing. It's very, very simple. And this is not the last version, yeah. So I'm actually going to change the output here as I noticed this. It's supposed to look like this because I had forgot to indent the line. Yeah, the plus is supposed to be there. We just remove the star ones. So nice that I saw that, so we can fix. So the notes is not like crazy long. So it was indented, so it's actually 4. That's actual correct output. So this line was indented, so it was in level with the failed ones. So it outputted on the fails instead of the other ones. And it's just supposed to write once. And let's check this one too. This is the 4th and last one that we did in the last room. And it was actually getting creds from checking PXE boot information. So when you get a DHCP, new DHCP release here, you get information about the PXE boot place to look for stuff. And we downloaded this x64 one here. And then we checked it with a special PowerShell script. The PowerPXE PS1. We imported the module and then we run get viewing file. And when I noticed this afterwards, we should probably just have put this here. I don't know why they did this way in the instructions. I don't want to change it since I'm not sure that this variable is not used anywhere else. So better do it as we're not gonna run it again. Yeah, and then we downloaded, we got this, from this we got the file and the path to the file so we could download that. And then we used the same tool, find credentials on this file that we downloaded. just not the same name, it's set to this name instead. And then we got the actual creds here. So the password, domain, user ID for the user. So we have quite a few accounts here actually. So 4 of them, I guess, 1 for each. But now it's time for the next thing. So we're going to enumerate instead. So we have a new network. It has started already. I don't think we can extend it as it's over 1 hour. So better remove that because they seem to be slow sometimes, right? So we're going to read. I'm going to read a lot, I think. We'll see. So this one is 997 days. The other one was like 1,000 something. I tried something new. I was thinking, well, the lemon yogurt. What happens if I put cocoa in it? So it's actually chocolate taste on the lemon yogurt. So it's lemon chocolate now. Yeah, it's good. Bit odd with chocolate yogurt. It's nice to put cocoa in stuff that's too sweet, and like this yogurt is a bit too sweet. So why 80 enumeration? This network is a continuation of the Breaching 80 network. Please make sure to complete this network before continuing with this one. Also, note that we discuss 80 objects extensively. If you need a refresher, do a quick reskim of this room. Now that we have our very first set of valid 80 credentials, and we have 4, right? We will explore the different methods that can be used to enumerate 80. Once we have the first set of 80 credentials and the means to authenticate with them on the network, a whole new world of possibilities opens up. We can start to enumerate various details about the 80 setup and structure with authenticated access, even super low privileged access. During a red team engagement, this will usually lead to us being able to perform some form of privilege escalation or lateral movement to gain additional access until we have sufficient privileges to execute and reach our goals. In most cases, enumeration and exploitation. So it's always like, is it exploration or exploitation? Exploitation are heavily entwined. Once an attack path showed by enumeration phase has been exploited, enumeration is again performed with this new privileged account as shown in the diagram below. So initial recon, initial compromise, established foothold, escalate privileges, and then we do initial internal recon, move laterally, maintain persistence, escalate privileges, and so on until we have all what we need. Learning objectives. In this network we will cover several methods that can be used to enumerate AD. This will by no means be a complete list of available methods. Are usually high solutional and dependent on the acquired breach. However, we will cover the following techniques for enumerating AD. The AD snap-ins of the MMC, Microsoft Management Console. The net commands of command prompt. The AD are set commandless of PowerShell, Bloodhound. Sounds nice, right? Connecting to the network, I'm just curious how the MMC thing will go. Connecting to the network attack box. If you're using the web-based attack box, you will be connected to the network automatically. Yes, it's the connection part here, and we just gonna note down the IPs here. So this is really the IP we need, the DCs. So I have, the reason I'm late starting stream today is because I had an interview, so. 18.101. And I use an actual pen and paper. Not always I have that on my desk, but I kind of felt nice for the interview there. So let's move those nuts. So,
Inexorable him says, best view ERSO and stream boo.
Yeah, the message were already
Remove the
deleted
space
from
at
chat.
TVYKP5 foo.
That was a long one. So I can't see it because it was deleted, so. Click to show. Oh, they have like lots of garbage characters at the end. But if you have to remove the space with no special characters, I'm not giving them tips though. But that's why it was called. So I shouldn't read this again, should I? So what I'm thinking of is, do I have too many tabs up? Because I have quite a few from the interview. So let's make a new folder here. And I'm not going to show you because I don't want to know where I who contacted me for that. So add a folder. So let's see now. Let's select all the tabs. That one we can delete. Sorry, I should really have done this, but it was kind of like I need to get started now with stream because it's so late, right? So we got rid of like at least 10 tabs. And I think the rest, I want that one up. These we can just pull down there. So, and videos I should finish watching, otherwise, yeah, so this one too. There, I'm done. Well, let's close this one too. So now I think I am good with resources. So this computer has been known to crash if I have too many tabs open, you know. Just starting the VM. So we should finish installing the Kali on Praxmax too. So, it's almost like ice cream flavor now. So I'm sure we will get a new one. Network to log into. So this is enough for now. Let's actually continue reading. So And we don't have to care about the attack box, but we need to get a network that's called AD enumeration. And there should be a link for the access page here. Access. And here we see. So we have AD enumeration. So I guess I'm gonna hop to full screen. So let's download this first. So we don't want to open it with Notepad, right? I don't think I got the question last time. That's interesting. Downloads. So we're gonna actually hop to this because I don't want to show you my OVPN files contents, right? That wouldn't be very smart. It is empty. So I'm clicking the regenerate button here to generate a new one. Download. And there's no... It says 0 bytes this time too. Yeah, so... Obviously there's something wrong here, right? So we have 0 bytes. And we can't do anything if we don't get a VPN file, that's okay. But this is odd, 0 bytes file. And yesterday TryHackMe had lots of issues. But we also have like a new look on lots of things. So I understand they tried to like do upgrades without us noticing. This is all new. So we have... I used to have the old one almost filled up. Now I'm not that. So red teaming, exploitation, penetration testing, malware analysis, incident response. I have nothing on almost, right? Security operations, security analyst, security analysis. Detection engineering, threat hunting, security operations, incident response, digital forensics, and security analysis. So they overlap. So we have incident response here, for example, on this one too. So what if we click this? Then we get a list of rooms that we can do and that we have done on this theme. Okay. So what we kind of noticed yesterday too, when realizing this, is that some stats have been reset. You know, rooms you have done are no longer finished. Advent of Cyber 2023, 57%. So... that was specifically in here. Oh, there's also complete. I was like, don't have anything finished. So these are what are counted into the percentage there. So of the total rooms that are in this theme, we have a percentage here from 0 to 100. That's what I'm assuming. May change as we add more content to the platform. Yeah. And penetration tester is, well, nicely bigger, right? So let's read penetration testing. Let's check this topic. So here we have a lot of rooms that have this topic for some part, right? And then we have the completed ones. So there are also boxes in here. There. Security engineer. I didn't read all the ones. Vulnerability analysis. So I have a lot on that. Privilege escalation probably means that they don't have that many rooms. So if you look here, the list is not as long. Yeah, because I haven't done that many rooms as I had with the other one. Privilege escalation. Oh my god, that's not a lot. So have I done 33% of all vulnerability analysis rooms? Okay, sure. So privilege escalation. Well, let's check it out. I'm curious now. So it might have problems. It might have problems. And I have only done 2. And this is a box, and this is like information room, I think. So how come nothing else is counted as privilege escalation? This is like odd. Only these counts like privilege escalation. I think these are a lot of old ones. Anyway, it's interesting. So enumeration, there's more. Oh, and the fundamental ones are in here. In enumeration. Yeah, I don't like this. This is bad. These shouldn't even count for anything. And the privilege escalation was like all boxes should count there, right? Because they all have it. Yeah, so I'm not very happy with this. Red teaming. So we'll do this one in the next step. So for example, almost broken access control. There are a lot of rooms they've counted into this topic, and to me it seems very random. But it's a new thing, they just added this. Security engineer, then a security architecture, automation. So I'll look through the threat management, incident response, event security, and here then. So introduction to DevSecOps. Git. Okay. I remember this one. I think it was a very simple one. So, what do you think? What if we try again now? And we go to this. And we see if this one is not 0. It is still 0. Let's open Discord, even if it might crash stream. So if you can't download the OpenVPN, you know, let's give them a screenshot for this. So let's grab it. So, and we're gonna go to TrackMe's Discord. So, you can come along. Let's see. So, like something support-ish. Site support.
Kato says, meow, what's the AD doing?
the 80 is not doing anything because we can't download the OVPN file for this network. It's just 0 bytes. So we have to ask for help from TrackMe. I know they had problems yesterday, right? And they've added stuff to the site, made changes. So we better tell them that something's up or down. I guess so. I'm thinking the general help thing there. So the bug report might also actually be where we're supposed to go. I'm just checking so that no one has this already. This is mostly like so if we only do site bugs, so we have noticed also the questions, you have this nice thing where the letters are still there. That happened not yesterday but earlier. Yeah, so these we can see all of them. So let's just make a new, and it is a site bug, and let's just can we click title too? Yeah. I can't download OVPN file for AD enumeration network. The file downloaded as 0 bytes. And then we're gonna just paste the image here, so they have it here too. And we post this, and we see if the new system works. Will it work?
I set up RAS in my case, always on VPN using SSTP. With that I can access my AD from literally anywhere I have internet access. And because it's using port 443, it's also accessible in very res-restricted networks.
Okay. Yeah, so the AD I'm setting up is mostly for testing and hacking, so I don't really need to have an AD working like that. I'm just thinking, what should we do instead? Because this is kind of stopping the plan for today. I noticed though there was a so this is something special. They only use this for the AD networks. These rooms have specific networks, all of them.
In my case,
like
it's
this.
semi-production, so I need it to work low.
Okay, good. So this is how these rooms in the Active Directory one is working, but we might just hop. I was thinking, should we set up because I'm gonna do a Hyper-V server too, just to test. I'm not going to use that. I'm happy with the Proxmox one. But I'm kind of thinking for experience. It's nice to have run it, and I actually have never done that for Hyper-V, which is like not that odd if you think about it, right? There are other alternatives that might be more, but it's good to, know all the things. So we might do that instead. I was thinking should I do this or that? And then I said, nah, let's continue this first, right? So the other thing we could possibly do, I'm waiting for them to answer.
Can you send me the link to the open file? Maybe it's an issue on your end?
Well, you can try downloading it. You can just go to the room. So go to that room and try downloading it. Okay? So I don't think you should share VPN files. So let's give them the chance to try it. We can go here instead to hacking with PowerShell.
Fair.
So and then we have a few boxes here too. So this one, and then these. We can go here, because all of the 81s will have a network, I'm assuming. So that's probably this icon, right? No, it means it's a walkthrough. Okay, so this one is also a walkthrough. This is nice, I never saw these before. And this is challenges.
I see only Discord.
Okay, so I hop to the path. We're working on this path there, offensive pen testing. We're currently on Active Directory. And I saw these icons. I thought, is this because it's a network? No, it was because it's a walkthrough. And I was thinking of doing this, hacking with PowerShell. And then I noticed that, oh, these two are walkthroughs and these are challenges. So that was useful. If we click into the next one, I'm sure we'll have the same setup here, right? We have an AD network that we need to download a file for. Yeah, let's do that as a test. So let's go to this one. And as I know that it doesn't appear if we don't do this first, so if we click the link to access here, we should have a new one in our list for networks here. It's not even there.
I probably need to pay the premium fee to access the oven.
Okay. Yeah, probably. So these would be limited to people that can run VPNs, of course. I'm looking forward to saying only subscribers can deploy virtual machines in this room. So the interesting thing though is that you can still read the data, right? And you can make your own lab. You can see the room, right? You can enter it. You could just not do more. Yeah, maybe I need to join the room for it. I didn't. So if we scroll down and click access again, and now, my god, I forgot to click networks. So networks, now we have lateral movement and pivoting. So we need to do them in order. I'm just as debugging. Can we download this file? And this one we can download. So it is 8.2 kilobytes. So let's save that. And let's go back to the other one. Because the breaching 80 worked, but that was a few days ago. So if we click this, it is still 0 bytes. And try again. So let's add some information here. I have tried regenerating the file. Also downloading the OVPN file for, what was the name of it? Lateral movement and pivoting. Lateral movement and pivoting. Works. So, it shouldn't take very long to install a new computer. And it's Friday. So I was thinking, should I do like Friday fun installing new machine? So I don't want to have on my Proxmox server a Hyper-V server, right? That's messy. Very messy. So we have two alternatives. So there you have the new information. And we have kind of done what we can with this one. And I don't want to hop to the next room in the same path. but well, it's so much quicker than yesterday. So yesterday I skipped this page, you know. So I have been told that this is a final box. And it also says here next achievement. But we will start with the hacking with PowerShell if we do this one. So it is less reading probably than the 81s. They have been intense.
Lurky lurk. Fixerbot says.
Lurky lurk.
Thanks for the lurk de bez for me.
Thank you for the lurk. So, let's do this one. It's like basic PowerShell stuff. Why not? You know, we need to do it anyway. So I'm gonna do this. The question is, should we do something else first? So it's mostly a what's more practical in my room here. So we will need to be able to see the screen from stream. Does this card have HDMI out? It doesn't actually, because I used a very old one. So the graphics card in this one has DVI though. So I think I have possibly a DVI to HDMI converter. So maybe it's not fun to do on stream if you can't see the image good. Well, I'm checking. So the lab keyboard. So network cables. DVI to VGA. So I don't think this is the right spot. So I know I have a cable that had that, but the problem was that it's in use. I had one of those cables, it's in use now. So I would love to do something more physical. Would be fun. And I want to set up that server, so. But I don't want to go up to the attic on stream. But we can switch graphic cards. So I have a few other cards. So this machine is already open. Here's the side. Drag it closer here. This is like part of my cleaning for the weekend anyway, to fix this thing. So this one is an i5 2500 with 14 gigs RAM that we just added the other day. Find power cable. Oh, good thing I read this. So the problem with adding a more advanced graphics card is that we need power then. Yeah. So if we going to put in a better graphics card, we need that. And that's also on the attic.
More power.
Yeah, more power. So I saw it actually, but I think I put it on the attic. Now I have another cable to look for. So, or we'll just switch totally and do Arduino ESP, other stuff. I got the new displays, so we have RGB LEDs. We now have 6, so we can make like either a long one or 2 times 3. The easy way to do it is just to do the PowerShell one. So, what's this note? Yeah, this is the one that says broken power button, but we fixed it. Oh, so to do on the same note. So this one is the Centurion. It's a Proxmax now. So let's just do Proxmax on this. Proxmax, and I'll just strictly cross it out, the broken power, because we fixed it. So actually, so other machine. So how are you, Panda? Everything good? It's Friday, but your Friday just started, right? Not really just started, but like half started. A few hours at work. So, DVI cable. So I remember having trouble trying to find a graphics card that didn't require power. So I don't want it to look again. We need a cable first. Before we do that anymore. So should I put this up on the desk at least? So this will definitely be a more not organized stream than I thought. But we might get a reply, but I don't think they're that quick. Especially if they're upgrading the systems. So I have power cables on the floor. I'm just getting rid of them. This is from us testing the other screen that we just fixed. We replaced the capacitors. So, oh, this is a long one. So, I didn't plan for this to be a cleaning stream. So. Let's just check. So, I'm just gonna put the side on, as we're not switching the graphics card now. There. So find power cable. We do have a third one, or a fourth, or whatever we want to call it. If we don't want to do more experiments. So with that one, I actually want to find the cable before we continue, so I won't do that project now. But if you just want to test it, you know, it doesn't matter if it has good specs. So maybe the other computer will do. So many cables here. That was nice to get rid of. So just 2 more cables. So, lab stuff. Last one. So really I should do this instead. Make a knot. These are more attached to themselves. And yeah. So I'm looking for my little thingies to wipe stuff off, but I don't know. I'm sure I got a new one. Let's just check here. Oh, something fell. I'm sorry, I need to check this machine before we continue. And there's stuff in the way, so I'm just doing a tiny bit of cleaning. Actually, let's toggle mics. So I know this one is worse, but so I'm going to throw these pants away. Right, they're like new though. Oh, so annoying. So what else? Well, I found the thing I was looking for, so I still want to check the computer. So I knew I had this one in this place here. Just gonna wipe the floor off underneath where the computer was laying. So it was open on the side. So no answer yet to the question, I guess. No, nothing. So I'm actually cleaning the floor. Why not? You know, if you're still on here, down on the floor. There. That's nice. So now let's see. This computer is a machine that has crashed, and it has 4 gigs of RAM. Yeah, I know why I put it in the corner. So I don't think it crashes anymore, but 4 gigs of RAM. I don't think we have more though. I'm gonna check one thing more. So we're kind of waiting for a reply here. See if we get a reply to this. And if we don't, we're going to do this other thing that I'm preparing for. And meanwhile, also, this is getting a bit more order. Yeah, so we found this the other day. So these are the capacitors from the screen. And this one was just there. Why would you need an empty CD box, you know? But I guess I'll put it with the other CD stuff that we're gonna go through and just throw stuff out. And then here we have another keyboard for lab stuff. So I do think I have too many keyboards though. Keyboard on the keyboard. Didn't I mark this bag of anything? Yeah. Let's go into the attic. So clothes that you kinda outgrew for some odd reason. Can't be that I'm too fat or anything. But you still don't want to throw right now away because I'm going to get in better shape. So this computer, it's just a boxed, right? Let's just check. No motherboards. We have two empty boxes with no motherboards. Probably throw one out. This is going to my warehouse place, which is outside. Oh, just like my kids' things in here too. So let's see here. I don't know where to put these. I used to have it downstairs, but my kids broke it. So it's glued. But that was kind of long ago, so I probably can have it downstairs again. There's even a bag for it there. So, Skylanders. That's where there's like stuff to fix with Skylanders. Do kids play with them anymore? So let's check this graphics card out. I think this is the one that was in that computer before. Dusty. No answer. I saw something move. Yeah. Should have air instead. So this is an old graphics card, but it has HDMI. Okay, so we can try that one. Then we have several cards that require. This is a GTX. Should use a camera, shouldn't I? So this requires power here. 660. this one requires power too. It's a GTX 580, but this one does not. A Radeon HD 4890, but it doesn't have HDMI. It's just double DVI. So old enough, but too old. Dusty. If I still have dust on my floor, I might just as well do all of them at once. So, and then we have the memory that I'm actually going for. So let's see. Here we have 16 gigabyte DDR4. So maybe I shouldn't put these underneath the graphics card again. Maybe even I should have the memory somewhere else. So still no answer. And I'm thinking they're not that quick. So let's put the graphic cards back. Yeah, this can go in there too. Sorry for cleaning. It's just the light that I have there, the Dreamo machine. It's annoying in the way. So I'm just gonna put it in the store while we have it open. There. Right. There. Let's just double check this is empty. Yep. Yeah, I don't think any of the other computers will work. But what we could do is to use the one we had already. So there. Much nicer. Much nicer in here. And this is flush. So if when I put this one away, if it doesn't work, we're going to just continue with the next thing. Going to do one more try. So the low temp glue gun back in this box. So, now there's so much more space in here. So I'm just gonna put this graphics card next to the other computer. And the reason why we're not just testing it instantly is because that's what I removed from the machine. So I don't think it worked properly. So oh gosh, that's so dusty. Yeah, I know one thing I need to do this weekend is to fix my normal computer that I stream on. Oh, this is something old. So let's go. Let's get started. So the thing that I was thinking of doing would not have been longer than this, really. So let's continue with this instead. Hacking with PowerShell. Oh gosh. Let's just confirm that we do have RDP here before we do that. So currently we're hacking with PowerShell instead of AD. I better change the title, I guess. Let's see. Oh well, that's one way to do it. Oh no, I have to go back to the right one to be able to delete. No, I don't want to delete. I want to delete the text. So when you select something and drag too long to OBS, is a bit funny because it drops the text. So I selected it to delete it, not to drag it somewhere. And let's put hanging with PowerShell. And there, updated. And we're gonna do it with YouTube too, I guess, right? And I'm a little sweaty now. I wish I could just open the window. But it's allergy times, and this is what if I hadn't started stream before I saw, I might have just waited streaming until afterwards. But that's how it happened today. So studio. So you have to check out his streams. So we're gonna shout out cyber insecurity, of course. There. So if you're not following, do it. Great streams with lots of nice energy. So, and then we need to change the stream title. And let's say that Twitch is so much simpler, right? Just change it in OBS. But you can't for YouTube. So, There. So now we have this up. Let's open Kali up. So we can close this program. Just saw that it was open, otherwise it's like streaming stuff. The notes.
0 day 3301 says, "Hey, yes, I was watching him. How was your interview?"
Yeah, so my interview was good, but it's not like they said, "Oh yeah, we won't interview anyone else. Start working tomorrow," you know? So that's what I would like. So they're going to interview other people too. I'm spoiled, I guess. Let's see, hacking with PowerShell. And I was going to start the VPN. Yeah. So Neil's streams are great. I actually have it up on my phone, but I can't listen to it. Because I started streaming just before I noticed. Also, I need to get these things done, only I couldn't download the... let me show you this. So, this is why we're not doing AD stuff. I can't download a VPN file for AD and enumeration network. So it's 0 bytes in size. And we have tried regenerating and downloading another VPN file, which works fine. So, try hack me. So sudo, no, just sh. That's how I do it usually. Remember. So. So you've been streaming so much. You're going to beat me on the list of who streams more. I don't know if that's good or bad. Let's see. It's probably good because I should do the other stuff too, right? Not just stream. And learn the basics of PowerShell and PowerShell scripting. So this sounds like a very simple one, but we want to do all the ones in the path, and this is there. This is the next section after the 81. Before completing this room, you should be aware of some fundamentals. For example, the difference between CMD, PS, and some syntax. The room will cover the following. What's PowerShell? Basic PowerShell commands, Windows enumeration skills, PowerShell scripting. Array the above. Yeah, we did. We need to connect to though. So let's open a little terminal. And let's grab the password of this one. And administrator. I just realized it said mayor there, so we're still back to to Advent of Cyber. We also need to change the IP.
X9 Yen RTU3OS 1T says, can you show your ranks in dashboard in TreeHack? How many rooms you've accomplished?
I don't know, but I can show you. Let's check it out in a sec. Let's see, 147.32. Yeah, let's just check. We have scale 100.
X9 Yen RTU3OS 1T says it looks like a very interesting channel.
Oh, thank you very much. So we'll just make sure that it starts. It's starting there. So try hack me. I guess I can see it here, but I can't do that. I have to go like this. right? So let's see if they updated this page too. So this is the number of rooms and stuff. I know that some stuff, well, most of it, is just my streak of 2 days that's gone. Oh, it's there too. So, 148 rooms. So these are the paths that are finished. And then you get these things that are not, they're very odd. The tiniest things. Yes, the created rooms. Oh, so what about the one, it's not finished? So I have to click to the develop to finish the room I started. Yeah. This is old now. They still have it up here. This was before Advent of Cyber, right? So you're very welcome in here, X9. Is that like a Yen RTU 3OS1T? Should I try and read that? You'll have to tell me what to call you. So, or just X9. Let's see.
X9
Tommy.
Yen RTU 3OS1T says Tommy.
Yeah, welcome in, Tommy. Welcome in, Tommy. You might have to remind me another time. We'll see. Maybe my memory works. So let's do this room. PowerShell is a Windows scripting language and shell environment built using .NET Framework. So we have objects all over the place, which is very nice, but the syntax is not very pretty, according to me. This also allows PowerShell to execute .NET functions directly from its shell. Most PowerShell commands, called commandlets, are written in .NET. Unlike other scripting languages and shell environments, the output of these commandlets are objects, making PowerShell somewhat object-oriented. Somewhat. This also means that running commandlets allows you to perform actions on the output object, which make it so convenient to pass output from one commandlet to another, meaning you just pipe stuff. The normal format of a commandlet is represented using verb noun. And they were very smart when they thought of this, and they were really trying to make it like a better Linux shell, and then somehow it ended up being this long commands, right? And it's not easy to type or remember. For example, the commandlet to list commands is called get command. So not list commands, which would have been more logical, really. Common verbs to use include get, start, stop, read, write, new, out. To get the complete list of approved verbs, visit this link. So if you're writing something yourself, you should use these approved verbs, I guess, if you can. So find, format, join, pop. They're quite a list, right? Common verbs, and then there was a list of common verbs. No, communication verbs, data verbs, diagnostic verbs. Yeah, so this is when it kind of gets out of hand, right? According to me, it's too everything, too organized, so it becomes not easily usable. So get versus read, new versus add. Yeah. So use the verb new to create new resource. Use add something to an existing container or resource. So I'm thinking of when we created the script, a PowerShell script to generate 80 users and OUs and stuff. And what were they using then? So, so let's just check that quickly. So this is for this one uses install, which is reasonable, right? And then we have new AD group, but add group member and get user to get the information, but new OU. And yeah, so here we pipe the imported contents of a CSV file where the columns are called the names of the actual dash something arguments. Just pipe it to new user as it will generate an object here. So I couldn't find this in documentation, so I just tested it and it worked, which is nice. So here's the names of the columns. This is a CSV. Let's do CSV here. So what is the command to get a new object? Get a new object? So I'm assuming they will say get new, right? But it doesn't tell us really what a new object is. Will it generate? This is how we generate a new object, which is just nothing, like null, empty. Actually, let's use one of my on top here links, this one, which also has PowerShell, ss64.com. And here we can search for get new. And this is from this site here. I usually just Control F this. So let's do that instead. So it's not here. Where is it? Just the one I wrote there. That's so annoying when it finds your search as a hit. Yeah. So this is the limitation.
Art Nash says, is that legal?
What is legal? What is not legal? This is just a normal website. And this is a site for learning information about computer security. So of course it is legal. Basic PowerShell commands. Now that we've understood how commandlets work, let's explore how to use them. The main thing to remember is that here is that get command and get help are your best friends. Okay, Google is my best friend. And possibly ChatGPT and similar, not help commands. If they're not in the actual command itself, help. I'm not a friend of man in Linux either. Using get help. Get help always displays information about the commandlet. To get help on a particular command, run the following get help command name. You can also understand how exactly to use the command by passing the examples flag. This would return output like the following. And I'm thinking, is this where you get links to? Is that a get help? We can do it. So we don't have to do it on the server. We can just PowerShell here. PowerShell. So let's say we want to know about the one we just heard about. So we want to get help on, was it add new? So get help could not find. Nah, so I was on the wrong name. What was the name of it? Get new. Maybe they use an example that doesn't exist. That's a bit funny. So let's do this again and tab it. So these are all the ones with N at the start, or starting with NE. So there is no get new. So let's get help on get commands. Get command. And here's the link for internet. This is not good help either. It's a bad one. So let's do the examples one. Examples. And I don't think we got any examples. Let's try and just changing the order. And we didn't get anything now either. So we did get other output though, we just didn't get the syntax. Just GCM. So let's do GCM then. So if the names are so long you need aliases, then there's something wrong. I mean, you can see what I mean with the length of the commands and having to remember all of these. So how many commands are there here, and who will remember these? Though a lot of them seem to be a sir, so yeah, it's just who will remember all of the names? Well, using get command that we just did. I feel very unstructured today because this was not the plan, and I'm like going for examples and talking down PowerShell. Poor PowerShell. I guess it's somewhat useful. So examples: get commandless functions. How is this? Using get command. Get command gets all the commandlets installed on the current computer. The great thing about this commandlet is that it allows for pattern matching like the following. Get command verb star. That's very special that it can do stars. Running get command. I'm not serious on that. If anyone was thinking, I was. To view all the commandlets for the verb new displays the following. And we could, like, of course, star with something in the middle that we want to find anything for. Object manipulation. In the previous task, we saw how the output of every commandlet is an object. If we want to manipulate the output, we need to figure out a few things. Passing the output to other commandlets. Using specific object commandlets to extract information. Yes, I'm thinking, why is this in this path? Why? I just need to... So we're in offensive pen testing, and before we did this path, I've done like 6 other paths. So, and we've done like buffer overflows, advanced exploitation, and then the Active Directory hacking stuff. And then on the last bit here, we have hacking with PowerShell. It feels a bit out of order, really. I'm hoping to get some cool stuff in here at least. Not just So, like, your grandparents would know stuff, that kind of thing. So, get command, stars, yes. Object manipulation, and this is where we were, the pipe. User pass output from one commandlet to another. A major difference compared to other shells, that is, PowerShell passes an object that I mentioned at the start there to the next commandlet instead of passing a text or string to the command after the pipe. Like every object in object-oriented frameworks, an object will contain methods and properties. You can think of methods as functions that can be applied to the output from the commandlet. And you can think of properties as variables in the output from a commandlet. To view these details, pass the output of a commandlet to the getMember commandlet. So this was actually useful. So if we want to know about the object, we can use getMember, right? So we can put this in our notes. Good thing something actually meant something. So I do have like mega basic notes in my public notes here, where I have like basic. Oh, there's nothing on PowerShell even. So new note. Yeah, so it can't even do that. Pipe to get member to list object info. There. So it looks like this. Alias info. System management automating alias info equals bool equals get hash code, get type, resolve parameter toString, and then function info equals get hash code, get type, and then resolve parameter toString. Oh, so my great information. Oh look, commandlet info. Okay, so we need to get another commandlet. This wasn't a good example, but why repeat it all 3 times? So now I want to do it with something useful, like reading that CSV file, for example. We could start the Praxmax server and open our own ID server and do it there. For now, mostly just write down that we need to play with it. I'm going back to using post-its there. They're on my desk. I mostly use them to keep stuff up when we're doing like soldering electronics and stuff. Now we're typing on them. Such an odd use for post-its, right? So pipe get member, because what I'm assuming is that we will get all of the object details, not only this. That was not very nice information. From the above flag in the command, you can see that you can also select between methods and properties. Okay. Member type method. Oh. So that's why we only got this, but why did we get it 3 times? Yeah, I'm not gonna write it there, of course. Let's write it here. So pipe get member, and So some object or command pipe to get member, and then also pipe get member. Another reason it's not easy to type a dash, at least in Swedish keyboard. I have to shift and click. It's not like just a click. So member type method, and I'm gonna type it because then it's a bigger likelihood that I will remember it, even though it's long names. Member type method, and then we will of course have the next alternative there, the property. Well, let's just I don't like that it says method instead of methods, but I'm assuming it is property then. Creating object from previous commandlets. One way of manipulating objects is pulling out the properties from the output of the commandlet and creating a new object. This is done using the select object commandlet. Here's an example of listing the directories and just selecting the mode and the name. And let's actually do one thing more, because I think this is not good information and it is a bit rambling. Let's hop over here and let's just find get member here and click. See if this is more useful or if it's worse. So we have name, input object, view, member type, and here we can see the different member types. So properties, property of the underlying .NET Framework object. So methods and method. So I think they actually used it wrong, because what we want is methods, not method, and they're totally different things. And since they use method in their example on TryAcme, we're getting like crap data out instead of getting information about the actual object. So I guess we over PowerShell again. So the mouse did go to our CMD there, right? So let's do get help, get command, and pipe this to get member and use member type, but not method. Or we can try both. So, and we're going to do method first. Method. And now we get this odd info, and then we do methods. Let's see. Is it the same data? Yeah, this is just not nice. It's just not nice. So just to get member without anything. This is a better list, but it's also 3 times. System management automation, alias info, function info, commandlet info. So here we can see, at least if we look at one of them, methods and properties. There's something called script properties too. And lines are cut. So if this was Linux, I would pipe it to cat. What on earth do we do in PowerShell? As this is like... Yeah, so without... we still get 3 of them. How would we limit this? Let's say we just wanted the... so the function info... commandlet. We want information about the commandlet, right? But why have these others? Let's try help instead, see if we get less data. No, we have more. System string. Yeah, it was like, wait, this clone starts with 2 shares. This is also, we only got 1 now. So when we did get help get member, we got system string. Does that mean that we didn't get an object out from get help? From get help we actually get text, and then it tells us what string is instead, I guess. I'm sorry for the messy stream. I'm a little more than slightly annoyed at PowerShell, so let's continue. From the above flag in the command, you can see there's you can also select the methods and properties. Creating objects from previous commandlets. One way of manipulating objects is pulling out the properties from the output of the commandlet and create a new object. This is done using the select object commandlet. Yeah, so this is what we did, right? Here's an example of listing the directories. Oh, we didn't do this yet. List directory, just selecting the mode and the name. Let's actually just grab this example and let's add them to here. So obviously I don't remember these, right? So, and I also don't like the help, and I also might want, like, instead of just listing all the commands, which are the ones that were kinda useful, right? So let's grab the output from the example here. We don't need our own. This was bad enough. Have to remember not to shift control, and I think it will automatically, yeah, PowerShell it. So now the room is actually doing something useful. So even though it is what it is. You can also use the following flags to select particular information. First gets the first X object, last gets the last X object, unique shows the unique object, skip skips X object. Filtering objects. When private output objects, you may want to select objects that match a very specific value. You can do this using the where object to filter based on the value of the properties. The general format for using this command is verb noun where object property operator value. Operator. Second version uses the operator to iterate through. So we kind of iterated through stuff without using it too. So I don't think it's really required if it's logical. PowerShell is quite sensitive, so don't put quotes around the command. Where operator is a list of the following operators. Contains EQ, GT. If any item in the property value is an exact match for the specified value, it contains it. If the property value is the same as the specified value, it's Q, and GT is of course greater than. For a full list of operators, use.
59 raiders from Cyber and Security have joined. FixerBot says,
Welcome Raiders. Cyber and Security brought 59 friends to the party.
Thank you very much for the
Go
raid.
drop them a follow.
I had you on my phone.
Psychic Parade. Translated from Uzbek. My Bailey
Close
says,
it down.
My Bailed Day. Translated from Tagalog.
So I'm sitting here being annoyed at
PowerShell.
PowerShell.
Says, Woohoo. Hyperworks says,
Hey, fix it, Samus Wave.
Cool voice, cool voice.
FixerBot says,
New
Thank you
follower,
very
my
much for the
baby.
raid.
Less than
Welcome in. And I
New follower
realized
Sky
you were
Date R.
streaming after I
than 3.
started streaming, so I was like,
Hikari
let's
says,
put it up a little here.
How do we help her? What do we do?
You can tell me why they made such long commands for PowerShell, because I always get annoyed at it. And we're doing a path.
Slyle8k says, please present what you do, who you are, what to expect on your channel.
Yes, you can expect random things on my channel. So, recently we have played with electronics, checked the hardware of a router, set up a Proxmox server. We have, random electronics stuff, and well, I can just pull up. So here's one of the routers with a little UART connected. And then we do try hack me, pass, boxes,
New follower
lots of different
8K.
things.
Less than 3.
Build things, tear things apart.
Gator says, FixerBot thank you, and it's pronounced instigator.
Okay, yeah, so if you, let me show you. So, !TDS. So if you click on the link there, you can configure how the name is read.
New follower Hikari.
Okay?
Less than 3.
So this is Security Live TDS, so we're very grateful, it's very great. And you can set your own voice there too. So chat is more alive, with different voices. So welcome in everybody, and thank you for all the follows. Thank you so much. So what I'm doing is the offensive pen testing path. We hit a little roadblock here today when we were going to download the file for this room. Let's actually make another try now. So the 80 rooms here in this path, you connect to a specific VPN. So you download a VPN file.
Security worked hard on that font. Fred and others.
Yeah, really, really. And it's great too. So you click here, network, and fingers crossed now that we can do AD enumeration and download this file. And it won't be 0 bytes. So I can download all the others, but this one is 0 bytes. So I've put a thing in their Discord that hopefully they will fix it soon. So that we can continue with that thing. So the AD ones, they build on each other. So we hopped on to the next one, which is after the AD section. It starts with I'm like shocked. It's a very, very extremely basic PowerShell room. So we're doing this one, and I kind of get annoyed at PowerShell because it's not. I was there in they had like webcasts and chat thingies, and we were like on the Microsoft news groups back in the day, like 2000, I think. Yeah, that's my tummy. They were thinking, oh, we'll design this perfectly, it will be this, and very engaged. And then we get this thing that's PowerShell now, with these extremely long commands, you know? And they were aiming for something better than Linux, and I don't think they reached it really, right? This is my feeling. Just hop back to the PowerShell one. So we're doing hacking with PowerShell right now.
Shellshock 1337 says, I had that too with Hollow. You need to leave the room for an hour and then it should work.
Okay. So I tried now. How long have we been streaming? Like 1:52. So it might have been less than an hour. So we'll see. Anyway, they know about the problem, hopefully, because I sent it to the Discord in their new error reporting system there. So it's very annoying when you can't do something on stream that you like intended to do. But we'll do this instead and get this done, so that's how I feel about this room. Get it done. But also I'm taking the opportunity to add to my notes the basic, sometimes useful commands. I don't know how useful they are, but also, why have this? I'm not going to complain too much about PowerShell. Please tell me why, right? Why have, when you list the methods of a object that it got sent to get member, do you get alias info, function info, and commandlet info? Why? It is a bit, you know? Well. Let's continue. Let's do this. If you don't have any better suggestions, I'm open to suggestions. We can have any Friday fun. I was thinking almost of installing a Hyper-V server here too, but the computer doesn't have HDMI output. And I have better graphics card, but they require power cable that, as it's a modular power supply, I don't have the cable here, so I can't do it now. We could like switch the power supply to another one. I have lots of power supplies. I have like a box of them. But it's probably not worth it, and maybe those are too old anyway to have the right cables. So this is where we're at for now, and it's always good to have this done. I'm sorry to say that. That's how I feel about some rooms.
Says.
New follower Valid Hill. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow and welcome in, everybody. So let's continue. So get help, yeah. It could have been called help if it had been not so exact and pedantic naming. So the first bit of the room here talks about the verbs, and there's a full list that's really long, and how the commands are built. And we did run get command. Let's hop back to PowerShell here. Yeah, this is showing the 1, 2, 3 here. the same data 3 times. Why did they design it like this, you know? If someone wants to know what objects. But then when we do the get member only, we don't, I think though it's because of this, it's get help. Yeah, so get command, get member, we still get it 3 times. And this will probably not output an object, but a string, and that's why we get system string information. So, but this is what I would like from all the objects too. This kind of information. So let's do get command. And as the names scroll by, check the length of them and the amount of them and compare this to Linux. And we have all the aliases too, right? A lot of them have aliases. So I'm sorry, I don't want to say horrible things about PowerShell, but they had great goals. I don't think they reached them, unfortunately.
Hikari says, in lay terms, what is it you do again?
So I learn stuff on stream, and I test stuff on stream and build stuff and all kinds of things. So now I'm learning things on TryHackMe, and if I know more than someone else, I can teach you things, and if you know more than me, you can teach me things. That's kind of the thing. And we can explore different things together. Yeah, like do hardware hacking, and I was using one tool, and I got a suggestion from chat to use another one that was much better. For example, you know, it's an interactive thing. We do things and explore things together. So that's what I asked to. What would you want to do? You know, you can suggest some.
Thanks, smiley face.
Yeah. So that's the reason chat exists. That's the reason I'm streaming, right? For us to talk. So I'm not gonna crap anymore on PowerShell. It's good too, you know. It's not bad. The object-oriented side is great. So the other day we did a script that installed AD automatically. So first we have this simple thing that just install Windows feature, kind of logical name here. And I don't think we need a name here, but AD domain services include management tools. And then install AD Forest and the name of the things here. And this is all automatic, and we can redo it how many times we want. And then we also add OUs and add users from a CSV file with import CSV. So very, very nice logical name, but there's also the dashes that in the Swedish keyboard I need to click shift and a key for that. So well, no, I don't. I just need a key. I'm just annoyed at having to move my fingers, I guess. Anyway, new AD organizational unit could be logical too, but OU could have been a shorter one. New AD group. Yeah.
Are you in Sweden?
So it is useful too. Yeah, I'm in Sweden. So, are you in Finland? This name kind of looks Finnish to me, but maybe it's not. Let's see.
Yay, me too.
Ah, you too. Cool. So, this is the format of the CSV file. As we use the names of the properties, we can just do a simple import CSV. And as it's an object that is generated here, we can just send it to another command. And that is a nice thing of PowerShell. It's very nice. It is .NET object-oriented. Then here we also made a script that deleted it all, and we spent quite some time on making it not show us any errors. So finally managed to do that. with the error action preference to silently continue and set it back to the old one at the end. So let's scroll back down here. Also, my notes are public, by the way, if anyone is interested in the notes I make. And they're available both on GitHub, where you can do !GitHub in the chat, and also on my webpage, fixit42.com notes. So that's kind of that. Let's go back to the room and keep reading this thing. We were at... Yeah, they're like, oh, this is a pipe. That's why I don't understand. In the offensive processing path, after 6 other paths, I get finally to the introduction to PowerShell here. It's a bit funny. So, come on, let's filter objects. So, this is where I was reading when you read it. For a full list of operators, click this link. Let's do it. We click the links. So, where object. So, Y has several bits here. I think they could have made it so much more simple. But I guess these are like, if you use one of them, you need the others somewhere. Yes, they are all where object. So anyone else who thinks this is odd? So C contains, C not much, not much, C much. I think this is like output from PowerShell. No, I'm not gonna be evil and say bad things about PowerShell. It's good too. It's good too. I like the object-oriented bit. It couldn't just be a nice table, you know, with the different ones. Here's an example of checking the stopped processes. So, get service where property status equals stopped. Shop for brevity. So if we instead want to see the started ones, we could do that, right? I'm thinking, should we add an example to our notes? I didn't do one for where object, did I? Alright, we're too far down. Was it here? Yeah, why do I have this on programming? Oh well. So we get add where object. I'm sorry for the slow room here, you know. Oh, it was not included. There. That's interesting. So, and this is Obsidian, and you can see now things like show this is PowerShell, right? Obsidian I love. A sort object. A commandlet outputs information. So we kind of hear from the name what it does. So let's just grab this. I'm assuming it will also be something sort of it could be useful. That's why I'm adding it here. But let's actually test. Yeah, we got the whole thing this time. So if we can copy, we don't type if it's not for learning. that's enough information. And then we can get details. Now that you've understood how PowerShell works, let's try some commands to apply this knowledge. First, I'm going to actually go up and check so that it doesn't expire. And I was like almost on the hour there. Since on my other screen I can see we just connected here.
So these are like tasks in Try Hack Me?
Yeah, these are tasks in Try Hack Me. So Try Hack Me is a very nice thing. So if you don't know much about it, I could tell you a few things. There are paths like this one. So if you click Learn, they have something kind of new, that is the cybersecurity learning roadmap.
Yes, please.
So to get started, you can just follow along with doing the pre-security one, cybersecurity 101, and then you can select a little what your interests are. And the one that I'm doing is like also in between here, but it's not in here. This is a more like structured one, or you can do learning paths and just select what sounds interesting in here. But you can also just do a search. So if you click the search, and let's go to the big search here. Also learn, and search here. You can also do it. And we can sort by, let's say that we don't really care about this one, but we're new, so we want easy ones. We want to start with walkthroughs because we're learning, and we want the ones we have not completed and that are free. Then we can see that these easy ones that we can get information about, there are 11 pages of 12 of them for free, that you don't have to pay anything. So this is a great start, and if you were to do, there are informational ones there too, that don't even say that. There is not a lot of them though. But if we were to include all of these, and just the walkthroughs now, we have 19 pages. If we include, some of these are very simple, the CTF stuff, the boxes. If we can include all of this, we have 44 pages of free content, free stuff. So this is a great place to start, and yeah. If you follow the learning path, there will be rooms that you can't do if you're
I started the 100
thing.
one, the very first module last week.
Oh, nice. So now we ended up here. That's interesting. So
Thanks so much for the info.
Yeah. They have made a few changes lately. So they have just added a new view on the skills matrix. So mine used to be quite filled out. Now they have split it up. So we just took a look at this. That it's very different and a bit odd, because this is like a percentage of the rooms that they have deemed in this area. But if you look, for example, at privilege escalation, which is kind of like in all the rooms, these are the only ones that they consider being a privilege escalation, and only these are the ones I've done. So I was like, what? Why do I have such a low number here? So we have done 6% of the very few rooms they considered to categorize this. So we'll see if they... there was information here. No? Here it is. Your skill matrix will change as we add more content to the platform. And I'm guessing they will update too, as they did this like yesterday. So we'll see. So let's go back. Right, I just opened a new tab. Now we can add an hour there too. So we have some tasks to do here. What is the location of the file? Interesting. File. So we're going to find the file here. And then we have to hop over to this one, because the file doesn't exist on my machine. My tuition would tell me to use other commands, but I'm going to do it PowerShell now, right? We only use PowerShell, and this filled up recycle bin on this machine. So let's just hop over to PowerShell. Oh gosh, it's slow. I've typed the whole word. There. So this thing with connecting to a VPN, this is something you only get if you pay a subscription fee for TrackMe. So otherwise you have to mess around with harder copy and paste and stuff. So let's just fix this one a bit. Properties, font, and make it like at least plus 24. Maybe that's too big. So let's go 18 on it. That should be good. So we need to search for a file. What verb would we think that they could possibly use for such a thing? So as I have no idea how we search actually with PowerShell commands, not using any aliases or anything, I guess we would like list files. That's what we want to do. So we want to get something, and we want to give it a pattern to match. So let's do get help then, and then we do like get. I think it might be like get item or something, and it's annoying. So yeah, this is not how I would normally do this, and I already regret the decision to click that. Let's do a better way. So I already had this up. This is just a little site which has Linux, macOS, CMD, PowerShell commands. It also has a few converters and stuff. But let's look at the PowerShell one. And I usually Control F on this one. They have a short explanation of what it does here too. So if we do search here, we might find something, you know. So if we are like thinking we want an alias to something, so here get child item. So I was kind of close with the get item. Get child item is so I actually cheated here, right? By using the command for normal Windows shell. So how does this work? And let's see if they have a simple example at the end. So get child item recurs with a star. We kind of found what we looked for, right? So we can use a recurse option and just say the file name. And we don't have to use this before. So get child item and whatever the file name is for interesting file txt. So let's copy interesting file txt, right? So copy, and I have this up and switch to the other screen. So we do get child item, and then we do I guess we just do star and this. Oh, that's a fail. I click 2 keys at once. Recurse, and we'll see if we can find it with this. No. So let's assume it is on C colon. and then I type D. So this should be the same to me, but it's definitely taking more time. And we got access denied on this on the directory. So it's still running. So this is a funny thing here. So not giving it a path. It's not like find in Linux where you say, so this is where I want to search and I want to search for this. Here it's like just one thing. While it's doing its thing there, let's actually look up here and see if we can make it understand what we really want. Path string. Because I know they aimed at making a better Linux, right? Make something better than Bash. Exclude depth name. So name without the actual name after. So get child item. Maybe it's not what we want. Maybe we want something else like. So this will get the child items for something, and that's why we need a path.
This is so cool. I hope to meet you up again sometime here. I am studying IT Sakra at Sutveckling at ECU Building and I work full-time too. So I have to go home now. It was great hanging out with you.
Yeah, and I have a Discord, so please hop in there. And we can talk, because there's going to be a Hack the Box meetup in a bit that I'm going to go to, for example. So if you're close to Stockholm, otherwise you can just chat anyway. So there's the Discord link. So everybody's welcome in. Let's see. Now we're actually going to Google how to do it. Which means we didn't get taught all the things.
Okay, I will.
From
meet you there
room.
in Discord.
Yeah, welcome in. And thank you for being here. So search for... okay. That's a bit far to just go for a little Hack the Box meetup. If you don't happen to live here now, you said you're from there, not that you're there. So we'll see.
I know lol.
Yeah. Search for file in PowerShell. That's a Swedish character. Use Windows PowerShell to search for files. So we play with it first and see if we can find anything, just to learn, you know? So we take, even if this feels like a very simple room. Yeah, so this is the cheating way. So the path that I found, error action solely to continue. Include, yeah, so this is probably what we need to include. We would now use the same command to only show Word documents that can access, or maybe even false, with the letters A, S, G, N. So files with something N, I don't read that as a file name. Unfortunately, press everything. I mean everything with the letters. Yeah, including folder titles. And then they say file. Yeah, so include is the one option we needed from here that I did not realize. Include string. So we could also have excluded if we didn't want something special there. Okay, so we were on the right command. We were using recurse. Error action seldom continue could also be nice. to make it not abort when it ends up on a place where it can't access it. But let's just try doing the same thing again, but now we're going to add a path here. So path C:. Oops, deleted too much. And then under works, you know. And then we do include. We need the star too, and then recurse. And let's add the error action. Oops, one or too little and then one too many. Silently continue. And I use tabs for the long ones there. I'm not going to type silently continue. So, let's see now. So, the error action silently continue does not show the error. It just works anyway. It just ignores the errors. I don't like that, but I guess this will keep taking some time. So meanwhile, it didn't find anything. So let's copy this one to the notes. And new note. Search for file. And we put the link to what we read. And this one didn't work. But I'm gonna grab it anyway. And I'm going to make sure that I don't have anything else. C:, include. We didn't do a start end. So I'm just copying the name of the file. So we're building our own command here now from this. Yeah, the copy failed very much. So let's copy it from here instead. Open link. That's not a link, is it? Oh gosh, my tummy wants food, I think. So let's delete that and paste this instead. File recurse error action salt to continue. So if we copy this command and well, there of course could be other drives on this. And I guess the easiest way to check that is graphically, right? So if you just go to this PC, there's only a C drive, which is a giant size of 30 gigabytes. And we paste the command. And I did say file in here too, but that's the only thing. So there, command. So this one is, if it would be case sensitive, but I'm assuming it's not. This should not be case sensitive. We added file to there. That's the only difference. And it found it. Oh. So now I know why it didn't work. Do you see there's an extra .txt at the end? So they have written a file and called it interestingfile.txt while hiding the full name, you know? So the file was actually not called what they told us. So if we run, let's abort that because it's finished. Come on. Yeah. So if we run the old command and we just add another .txt here, then we find it at once. So there was actually not anything wrong with our command. It was wrong information that we got in the task. So it doesn't matter much, but you know, still a bit annoying. So it's in C program files. We could have guessed that from looking at the text. So let's paste here. By the way, I love the new way they have done this. So I can start typing here and it will just getting filled in instead of earlier in TryHackMe this disappeared. So if you had a long one that you had to fill in with lots of options and things and you wanted to see it still, you had to like type it in Notepad or something. Specify the contents of this file. So now we're supposed to open the file. Yeah, so let's I guess we type it, but now we can't use type because we need to use the actual PowerShell commands. I'm guessing get content. Oh gosh, I'm in the wrong place typing. Get content. Gosh, this was not a good. There, too many tabs away. So C colon program files. Interesting file. So not so interesting content. What's the content? So all right, we should submit that one too. How many commandlets are installed on the system? Only commandlets, not functions and aliases. And there are 4 digits. 4 digits. For me, that's like, okay, this is easy to learn all the ones. Very, very user-friendly. And now I'm not being overly critical, am I? So let's make a new note. That is get content. And let's just grab the simple example that we had here. So it is good to have some practice in PowerShell. I just think some things could have been, you know, better. So how many commandlets? I'm thinking we should do the get commandlets. And then we need to count it with something. So so count objects in output PowerShell measure object. So let's try it that without doing anything more. So just get. So I definitely wouldn't use the help thing and try to read through them all, right? When we have a Google. So get command, and I think S would work because that's logical, right? Get commands measure. Object. Let's just try this and see what it says. No. We have to do command. And I know this takes time, right? We saw it scrolling slowly past before. 7,935 ones. So let's grab this output as an example for the measure object. So if we ever need to measure something, we don't have to Google next time. If we remember that we have notes. Google is quicker, right? Measure object. So I am hungry. What time is it? 17:15. Yeah, so my hubby won't come home for a bit more. I'm thinking we're going to order something like pizza. It's been too many Fridays with pizza though. But it is easy to. The Thai food place kind of went bad. So maybe we could try another Thai food place though. I do have still my yogurt here. So, and this is the number that's the answer to the question, of course. Let's hope so, because this might include stuff that we were supposed to not do. We'll notice. No, it is wrong. Your answer is incorrect. Please ensure the following answer format represented by underscores. Check the typos and try again. Let's look at the hint. Maybe we will learn something. There's a few ways to approach this answer. For example, you can use get command and pipe. However, we're looking for the syntax that matches this room, i.e. get command, where object, property, command type, commandlet. Okay, so we need commandlet there, measure object. So that's we needed the where object, property, command type, commandlet. So to get this knowledge that we could gain from this, let's run the command, get command again. I'm sorry. This is a slow one. So here it says commandlet on the side. And I was assuming they all were commandlets, which was obviously not right. Come on, I'm trying to scroll up. So, okay, that wasn't helpful. The buffer ended. So let's see if I can look at the start of it. Alias. I saw alias at the start. So there are other stuff in here. Alright. I just Ctrl-C'd it. So if we go up to this, and then we're going to insert in between these a where object. And we do property. This is like not very natural to me. Command type. Property, command types. It's not like we could scroll up to the top of this, is it? We'd have to look at the how the objects work. Did I abort it quickly enough? No. Just type any character and we'll hop down. So yeah, on Linux I could do that. So I'm thinking they based it on Linux. That worked. So I want that saved, but I don't want to continue typing because I want to do something else first. So get command to, what was it called? Tabbing on the wrong one. Oh, well. Let's go back to the notes and we just get member. Yeah, get member. So I want to see what members, to know what property, what the name of the property is, you know? So if it didn't look, we wouldn't know. So let's do it the way we would have done it if we had not looked at the hint. So get member.
Agent 57 says, Have you got a home lab?
Yeah. So we just installed a Proxmox server too the other day. But I'm going to install, I almost did it now when we didn't have the AD, a Hyper-V server just to test it too.
Nice.
Oh, so, and currently, like, all my rotors are pulled apart into pieces, but we can put one back together, I guess, to use physical hardware too. So I probably...
Oh,
Yeah.
geez. Just in time like a permission, ha.
So, again, it gives us it 3 times. But we don't care about that now. We want to get the information. So we want to know the type. What could be the type here? I'm thinking it's a property. Oh, command type. Okay. So, yeah. Let's grab the thing that I saved here. And paste it. And now we know the property name. And it's called command type. Command type. And then there was also something else that I don't remember. Let's go back to TrackMe. EQ, because it's supposed to be equal to. So EQ, exactly, not approximately, not contains or anything, but that would work too. But it's commandlet that we want it to be. We're supposed to count them. So there. So now we have limited it to only count the ones that has a type commandlet. And we get a new number that hopefully will be correct. And I'm kind of thinking that it will be good enough to there. That's with all the aliases, and apparently functions are supposed to be there. We didn't have time to read. So it's so slow, so I almost think, well, this is wrong anyway. That's odd. So let's copy the full command too and put it in the notes as an example of how we can do. This is also a member of a where object. And measure object. So so we found measure object just for this. There. And I guess we do the count too. It looked empty with no reply or no response. There are more output. Should I just do that too? Because it looks a bit odd, right? Even if they are empty. And we didn't need this information now. It's good to know what it can do, right? So if this happened to be a number, we would get information about minimum, maximum, average, sum. And probability, I don't know when we will get that, but so this is also an example of where object. So let's grab the second one, which contains where object, and we have an example of where object here. That's a bit more useful than the other one, maybe. So time is quite much. I'm going to go and check on my kids quickly, and I'll be right back, and we can. So we're going to calculate MD5 sum now for the file. What's a command to get the current working directory? Yeah, so everything becomes complicated if you don't want to use aliases, right? Does the path exist? What command would you use to request make a request to a web server without using aliases? Base64 decode. This is probably the closest to what anything I've done before. So I'll just check on the kids and I'll be right back. So, I'll have to check on him again. My kid's phone was out of power. Do I have a nice charging cord here that I can use? Let's do this one. There. By the way, do you know what I did or got? I had the very good luck of winning Hack the Box 1 year VIP Plus. So we will be doing Hack the Box retired boxes. Very nice. Very, very nice. Let's see. So, yeah, you know my method, Google, right? But let's go this way first. MD5. Nothing. Let's just Google stuff. But sometimes we find these nice things when we're Googling, so. And this is also Dr. Scripto. So, observe Dr. Scripto. He's in chat.
Fixit says.
So, meaning it's
Fixit
old.
42 Descripto.
Yeah, meaning it's old. 2020. If I run this from C, it eats one CPU core for several minutes. A good old dare executes in seconds. Maybe maximum 1 minute. Not 5 to 10 like PowerShell. What am I doing wrong? You broke the site. This is not this one. This is somewhere before. Just delete it or fix it. I am assuming this means some other comments that kind of broke the site or something. Oh, what? Whatever. Yeah, old scripting, guys. This is like used to be where lots of nice stuff were. So, PowerShell again, but this time we want an MD5. So, get file hash. All logical names, but not anything I would guess, right? So, again, one of these very odd syntax explanations. So I'm assuming path, level path, input stream, that we need, of course we need the input file, right? So path. But how do we say what type of hash we want? Format list. Algorithm. So we're going to do algorithm. Algorithm string. What are the possible strings? So let's just run the command and see what it says. So get file hash. Get file hash. Supply following parameters. Okay, so C colon backslash PR. No, had to go full thing, then we just abort. So we now know from just that we need a path, right? And I'm assuming we can skip the path and just write it here. So C colon program files, what is interesting file, right? And it gave us its default. So I don't want to do get help on it because I don't like that way of doing it. Can we get any help from it somehow? So what if we do like H question mark? Can we get any kind of help like this? No, we can't. We have to get help if we want help on it. So get help, and we want examples, and it's supposed to be on get file hash. And then we have an MD5 example. So, example 1. So when I say example, I don't only want examples, I want the other stuff too. So I have to do that first. So here we can see that it gets algorithm 384. I want a list of the algorithms. How would I make it list those? Let's do it without examples. I want the list of the different here. Algorithm SHA-1, 256, 384, MD5 is just called MD5. And not a lot more. So here we do let's see if I just do this. Kind of thought so. Algorithm. And as I thought, we don't have to say path. It just understands that. This is kind of the main thing. So guess we grab it all. Come on, little thingy. I want to the end of there. Yeah. So shift click worked. That's nice. So to our notes first. Priority. New note. Get file hash and example. PowerShell. And we're going to grab the help too because we did it. So let's just sh this, I guess. In PowerShell. And we're gonna grab the help. And since the copy of this seems a bit odd, I guess I just start here. And then we scroll to the end corner of it. Like here somewhere. And I'm gonna shift click and right click. So we got all of the help text. So it's funny that it doesn't adjust to the Windows size you have set, right? I would like it to. Anyway, this is good enough for that. So I guess I'll just have to get used to using get help. No way around it, is it? I'm not giving up. Let's copy this one first. I'm not giving up that quickly. Get help on the PowerShell command. I felt double keys there. Yeah, get help. Get help. So So there's a name here really too that we never write out, just a command. Parameter attributes. So current working directory. Yeah, but it's PowerShell. I don't want aliases. Get location. Get location. So we found it. I guess we add it here, as we have added all the others, right? Should I do the uppercase thing? It's not case sensitive, right? So it doesn't need an explanation, really. It's logical when you know it. But if you're used to PVD or something. Does a path exist? So now we could just go there and look, right? But let's learn instead. Check if path exists. I already did this just a few days ago. Test path. So let's grab the example that we had here. So my problem right now is I'm going to copy text. So I assume I'll do this, right? But instead I need to do this. PowerShell paste. And we have an example for get location too. There. Test path. Yeah. I had time enough to forget what I was going to type. Test path. Meaning it wasn't very logical, was it? Command. And they can't have like comments for everything. I'm just copying the path they wanted us to test. So false. It does not exist. And I like YN better than yay nay, because this is like more serious, maybe. Yay nay is more fun. I don't mind it. So what command would you use to make a request to a web server? And it's like, I've done this so many times. But those PowerShell commands, they just... Invoke web requests. Yeah, that's the one. So let's add it to, as I obviously can't remember the name, IWR to a cell alias now when I think of it. So I guess it could be like that. I'm not going to do more on it. base64 decode the file, and now they want us to search for another file, right? Though I realized that I remembered this was the place it's found. But let's assume I didn't remember, right? Or didn't notice that on the desktop. So get child item. Here we're searching for the file, and it was the right file name, the right search, except that the file was not called what I thought. So now we know that it is b64.txt, but I'm not taking chances for a double text again. So we're going to find it this way. Oh, it's on the desktop of the administrator. Interesting. So then we can oh, it's still searching. Another thing, I'm a bit ashamed that I don't remember I think it's like just decode b64 or something. PowerShell base 64. Encode and decode. We should have taken the Microsoft one. It's not like it's complicated. But let's go for Microsoft. I had already looked at one of the others. Base 64 is for encoding then. And this is not PowerShell commands. So we want the PowerShell commands. Decoding, whatever. So from base64 string, let's see what people talk about here. Yeah, so we're definitely not on the normal command names here. There might not exist anything. System convert. Set content file zip. Encoding. File. If decode. UTF-8 get string from base64 string. So as I'm trying to do it like pure PowerShell, I guess that doesn't exist, does it? It's not like convert dash base64 decode or something, you know? What on earth they could probably call it. So there's no like command line. Linux command line. Yeah, I was like, what? That sounds too logical to be PowerShell. And I'm sorry if I'm quiet. How to decode base64 in VS Code? Well, yeah, so I'm not pleased with the responses. Then we go to ChatGPT and command line PowerShell decode base 64 file. Contents, nah, it will understand. So we have the from base 64 string here too. Yeah, we don't want to put it in a file. File, okay, yeah, that's not clear. That's on me. We want to decode a file. I did say decode, right? So get content raw path. Base64 data, and it's used here. So this is just we could say one-liner for it, so I don't have to switch these things around myself. So no, I want the output to the shell. So I should have read it all before. No, we're going to put it in the notes, and we're going to look at what it actually does. So there was no like verb thingy for this. So we go text encoding UTF-8 get string convert from base64 string, and then we use PowerShell here to get the file, get content raw, and file name. So here we're going to go b64.txt instead, because that's what the file name is. And we also need the path, which is /desktop. And it can do both slashes, but let's be nice as it is an example, right? And we're going to add whatever we got here. Base64. And we will add also the other direction. So let's copy the command. So if there are no commands, we can just use .NET instead. Okay. So not type, get content. I'm forcing myself here. Content. Why I would ever use that? It's so long, right? So /. Let's just show that this works too. Desktop. B64, and if I would tab now, it will hop them the other way, like that. So let's just move them back, because that will work too. So this is the flag, the rest is garbage. I hope you did this on Windows. Yeah, it was very tempting, right? But I've been focused, just doing it in PowerShell, not even just doing it on Windows. just doing it totally in PowerShell. So we're gonna grab the full output, which I also did wrong again because I forgot. I need to scroll to the end here because of the crazy way it seems to be working here. It's because of the text size maybe. So So first of all, let's actually have this on top here. A new line and a little PowerShell. So we're going to do one more test. So actually I don't want to type PowerShell more times, and I'm going to use very similar syntax here. So instead of all the parentheses here, so I'm curious about the double parentheses here too, right? We're just going to put the string. And put it in here. And let's grab this and copy, and let's give us some space and paste this. So I'm going to delete the new lines. Copy it, paste it again, and run it. Oh, I didn't actually name of a commandlet function script file. Oh, I didn't do any quotes even. So I should have read the first error message, shouldn't I have? And that means I need to run this again with these in there to make sure that this should work too, right? Yeah. So we're going to undo this. And put these back. And as an example, I'm just gonna like break this totally to not exactly actual one, just to make it easy to see. And I'm also going to test this once more without one of the parentheses, because there's no reason why it should have two parentheses. I don't get it. Let's ChatGPT making a mess of things, right? So just making sure that it actually works. And let's do the same with the file. So why have double parentheses on that? And if we go back and we add the parentheses again, then it works. So it is required here. Get string, convert, missing parentheses in method call. Okay. So when it's a string, it is okay, but you need an extra parenthesis when you put method call or a commandlet in there. I'm just reading the rest here. Unexpected token in expression statement, because it was off already from here. It didn't find the correct expected syntax. Okay, we learned a little. So, I know I'm taking time on this simple thing here. So, let's right. I copied it and then I did copy a million other things. I hope you did this on Windows. Enumeration. The first step when you have gained... Now we actually get into hacking. The first step when you have gained initial access to any machine would be to enumerate. We'll be enumerating the following: users, basic networking information, file permissions, registry permissions, scheduled and running tasks, and secure files. So we'll probably have parts of this already in the notes, but we will add all the things we don't have. I'm going to go check on my kid again to make sure that he's not sleeping, because he was. And he asked me yesterday to wake him up earlier, and I tried, and he fell back to sleep. So, I'll be right back. So, yeah, so I'm thinking we need to turn his day back to the right times. So maybe we'll have him up this night. We'll see. He wants to use, normal hours too, but the world is a complicated place. It's not always as you want. Enumeration. The first step when you have gained initial access. I already read all this, so maybe I shouldn't reread it. Your task will be to answer the following question to enumerate the machine user PowerShell commands. So let's do that. And I'm kind of thinking, okay, so still 48 minutes left. It felt like I've been doing this forever. So, users. I'm curious if they actually think that anyone will get these commands from using the get commands command. I assume that everybody will Google, right? PowerShell. Get users. So get local user. There. Get local user. And I guess we count the disabled accounts too. And if there were more, we could type this to measure object and get the number. So we have 5. And get, yeah, let's do, especially since it's camel after that. Get local user. We don't need even any info on this, do we? But let's just give it an example anyway. You know, we already have it up on the other screen, so very easy to just PowerShell paste. So so I already want to encoding hashing, and it's better if you spell it right. And here we put the base64 and the file hash, and then we do a like basic. And this is what's missing. So get content is like very basic, and location is also very basic. Get member is a bit more, and this is web related. Measure, let's call it basic. Select object is definitely basic. But basic, I don't mean it doesn't have functionality. I mean that it is something that you will use maybe together with other stuff, with different things. And also the simple ones. So sort, we can sort anything, right? And where object, we can where object anything to select the bits of an object. We could also say fundamental ones here instead of basic. Then we have here user. So what would we call that? Search for file. This is a bit more like specific. Even get child item is basic. But since we called it search for file, it's really not. Or should I still put it on basic? Let's actually change the name of it to get child item. So we're using this to search for items. So I'm not gonna fix the uppercasing of stuff. So we'll see what we call the category with users and stuff. Maybe enumeration. So we'll see. Which local user does the SID belong to? So now we need more information about the local users. So we're gonna have to pipe this to using my own help now. It is the get member one. So get member and said. So now when we have done get member, we can instead use that I put in the basic where object. Where object. Then I guess we just do said. No. Property. So that's a great test to tab and see if it changes case, right? Property said. No, I'm using the wrong one. Select object is what I want. So this is why these are bad. I'm sorry, I get back to that because I want in programming, maybe you say, or logic would say where this is like this, right? But we want to select object that has the property said. And we also want, as we select them now, we want the name also and said. And then we get the list of both of these. And again, wrong direction. So we could put this as an example to the user because it could be useful. I'm thinking I should use the last data too that we got. So I'm used to just typing sh all the time. This is so much more work. So to know what we would, so right there. Oh, it totally flipped out on me. I'm guessing here somewhere. So you can't scroll with those while selecting. This is definitely interesting here, right? So we have all of the local user methods and properties, and this time we didn't go million, meaning 3 times over it. I don't know why they keep adding so much space. Oh well. Just have to go to the start and see. I should know these, right? I might soon. How many users have their password required value set to false? I'm just going to do 2. I don't want to do all the searches. I think it was 2. Oh, right. So I thought disabled. So we need to do it again. So this time we also need to add password required. Yeah, it's called password required, so password required, and the next one is about local groups. So 4. How many local groups? And we're gonna guess for get local group, and damn it, get local group. I just finished typing. And to measure objects 24. So I'm not making examples of all of these since we're reusing things, but I guess we could use get local group in there. Oh, it's cutting the lines. I really don't like when it's cutting the lines. So we'll have to fix that. Right. I just realized we were not on the basic, but on the enumeration. But I guess this is useful thing, so. Whatever, I'll type it again. Get local group. So what's the hint? What? How many local groups exist? So they totally missed here. So that hint was not for that. How many listening? That was too bad. Then we got a hint that we didn't need to get. Whatever. Yeah, I'm starting to get tired a little. What command did you use to get the IP address information? So, obviously, this is messed up. What IP address information? What command would you use? Is what we will have to do. So PowerShell network information, get net IP configuration. No, that's not what I was going. I was just going here. Let's see if this is what they used, right? My God. Can't I just tab here without... Let's see if this is what they want. Nah, it's not. It's the other one that we had in the paste before. So I did paste it here. So now get net TCP connection state. So let's do both. Get net tab. So the possibilities are quite big here, right? So if we wanted the IP address, IP address information, this is also shorter. So let's see if this fits. Yeah. That's not how you're supposed to find that one. You're supposed to have a question first. Nah, it's no difference really. So PowerShell enumeration, new note. Yeah, it's really this. It was already there. I'm sorry if this is a bit boring, but I guess it's useful still. I prefer solving a problem and learning while I'm doing that. So this room is very not that, it's just listing stuff. I guess we are, actually I could scroll here. That's good. So this is the servers, the machine we're RDPing to. So it could always be interesting to see what network settings it has. Oh, I'm so sorry about this. My tummy. Yeah, and also we're getting all IP addresses. Maybe we don't want the IPv6 ones, right? So we would be happy with having only the IPv4 ones. And it's only these two, so let's do that. I'm so sorry. So let's get help on this. Not head help. And let's check. IP address string, address family. IP addresses such as IPv4 and IPv6. I'm thinking it might be address family there, so let's just try that. But first we can do examples. Let's practice. Address family IPv6. So if we just get the rest and not the 6 there, right? Form a table. Actually, I copied it, right? So now we only get those 2. That might be a bit more interesting. It's not like we easily read IPv6 addresses, right? Oh.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Colt Johnny. Less than 3.
Welcome in. We usually do more fun stuff than this, but have to get through this too. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, I guess I shouldn't be too hungry when I still have yogurt
Cold Johnny
next to
says,
me.
welcome.
Yeah. Did you just hop in here, or how did you find the channel? So, let's grab this example instead. Oh, there's calling. There's waiting.
By the thumbnail. Pretty cool. Smile smile.
Okej, men jag har pratat med pappa jättelänge så jag har liksom varit borta från datorn jättelänge. Yes. Oj. Okej. Vi får titta på din säng innan. Vad var det som var problemet? Jag vet inte. Jag är så hungrig jag knappt kan tänka. Jag skulle precis beställa mat. Så jag kan bara tänka på en sak nu. Vi får prata med sen, okej? Okay? So my other kid's finally up. Apparently he fell asleep very late or very early, depending on how you see it. So my tummy wants food, and you kind of guess what I'm gonna get, right? So the problem was that my hubby was tired of pizza. And he's been like the one who wanted pizza, but now my kid was already set on pizza, so I'm thinking if I should get a kebab roll. It was quite some time since I did that. Maybe. So, or I'll get some more fun pizza. Viking kebab, like in baked it's called. Bent over like the dough has no upside, only downside. And also calzone special. I kinda like that one. Though it has shrimp. Shrimps, I prefer them raw. Nah. I don't like the pan pizzas. Also called American pizzas. These are like Mexican instead. Oh well, I guess I'll go with a kebab roll. What's the difference here? Oh, kebab with bread, kebab roll, chicken roll, falafel roll. So, this. I'll just call an order and we'll continue. I would like to finish this one today. So, calling them every Friday for 3 Fridays now, because I got tired of the Thai place. Hej, jag skulle vilja beställa en kebabpizza utan grönsaker och en kebabrulle. Och den ska vara utan tomat och utan pepperoni och extra sallad och lök, tack. Vi kan ta pizzabröd också. Och så hemkörning då. Tack så mycket. Ursäkta? I think it says like buy another time. So. So I wonder if the bread actually is better with this one than like this, because this bread gets wet. So I'm so sorry for that. So how many ports are listed as listening? And now we have the one we got the hint here, I think. So NetTCP connection state sounds very like that. Let's try and run this one. I was misaligned there in some way. So let's just look at this. Yeah, nothing. State. So, and we send this to measure then. $20. So, what do you think? So let's explore this, right? First of all, we can run this without anything. What will we get then? It's just one that is connected except for all the listening ones. Also, there is more things here. Owning process, remote port, state lesson. So and let's get some power. Colors. So so the reason we're doing this one now is because we couldn't connect to the other one. So I'm kind of thinking it's time to try again. As someone said, if we were not there for an hour. I've been in another room though, so I don't know. Maybe it's rather that no one has it started. Come on. Yeah, it's the 0 bytes. So there's 45 minutes left. Someone is doing this and extending it, and maybe it needs to be down for some time before it works. Let's actually check if I got any replies. Yeah, we did get a reply. So, quite an annoying answer. Is this like room tester? So it's no one that works there, it's just anyone answering. So I'm sorry if I sound annoyed there, but if you answer someone's question, That feels like the first thing, but it might have changed since they did this. So it's good that this wasn't the last room on Track Me. Let's get the last few things, and this is really just researching for yourselves. There's no information here, right? So we're just researching and getting questions. What is the remote address of the local port listening on 445? And it is... Well, the answer is already there, right? It's just that. So what happened? Why can't I type? Yeah. So it's colon. How many patches have been applied? Now we have new stuff to check out. Though I would like to know more about this command here. But we kind of already know some stuff. So let's try get command. Yeah, let's give it a chance. And let's do a search here for something with patch. I don't see anything that sounds very possible to be the right answer. And if it is, it's just sad. Net IP address, net IP configuration. Yeah. I'm tired. I'm like, what was I gonna search? Just for our stream, but that's because I had an interview and stuff before. Patches. Patches applied. List patch. Oh, so we got patched instead of patches. No, PowerShell. I don't think VMIC is a thing for PowerShell. Get hotfix. Patch 3. And this is specific to PowerShell. Get hotfix. That sounds nice. And we'll just start with listing. Get so it's slow. Okay, that wasn't a lot. So 20. And then we're going to use search, I guess, instead of this, or So if I get lazy, then it's no reason to continue, really, right? We need to do it thoroughly, not skip past stuff, because then we would miss a chance to learn something, even if PowerShell is not my totally favorite tool. It's a necessary one. So let's make a test and just make a star one here. So what if we just search by starring here, and the one we want to respond to is this. So let's copy that and paste it over there and see if that works. No. Kind of thought so, but why not try? Oh, I did it in the wrong place. So that's not what I intended to do. I intended to put it over there. So yeah, not working. And also this shouldn't be here anymore. That's why I made the mistake. So let's get just the right. Cannot find the requested hotfix on the localhost computer. So it's actually working. It's just that it's not installed, I think. When was it installed? So let's actually hop to our output where we pasted this, and let's so apparently I can't even click Ctrl F, and it is there. So let's try another time without the stars. Yeah, so we should have only the ID, and then we can find it. So here we have the date when it is installed, which is the answer to this question. Find the contents of a backup file. So people have searched for find a backup file. .bak, is that what they mean with backup files? That's kinda ancient to call them that. I mean, if it was in the 90s, maybe. When is this from? 9 years and 10 months ago. Viewed 3,000 times. This is such overdoing it. So do they just want us to list .back files? I don't think so. Files containing. Now we're getting deeper. VB backup. now we're back to S64. That's the one I have up here. How to check backup file. Let's start with searching. Yeah, so try hack me time. Reminding me to do stuff, right? So a lot of people seem to actually do the streak thing on try hack me. I don't want to be bound to try hack me to have to do something on that platform every day. But maybe I should, like, for a bit. I don't know. So you have to do it if you want all the badges, right? That kind of thing. But I think they have crazy amounts, like 1,500 day streaks. Yeah, so then I don't care much, you know. Also, you could just script it, you know, to get it. So it's not worth anything, really, if you yourself don't care about it. Ah, well. So, let's again do the thing we did before, which is this. Backup. Get. Remove. Backup. Export. Copy. So the get ones are backup job. Plan. Selection. Vault. Backup vault. What does this do, for example? That's slow. By the way, on Cyber Insecurity's raid and his stream, so if I'd noticed before, I probably would have waited with starting streaming, but last stream I did actually get over 20,000 points. So no credentials specified or obtained. I don't even know what this is, right? I'm just testing stuff. So I'm gonna go and let's go up our history here. Get command. This is a good repetition too. Net IP address. Get adapter statistics. Local group. The base64 stuff. And I tested quite some things. Get contents from a file. Here is a search. This is what I was looking for. So if you really just want back files, let someone actually search for that, right? Let's see if we can find any back files. That was an interesting back file. Well, I think that's what we wanted to find, probably. Find the contents of a backup file. So, just a sec. My hubby got Hello, gubben! Yeah, so my reaction when I went outside the room was like, oh my god, it's cold. And his reaction when we hugged was, oh my god, you're cold. Or you're warm. So it's actually 27 degrees in here. So I don't have any heat on or anything special. I guess it's the lights. Part of it is the lights. So let's just... Why can't I close this drawer? Okay. Okay, something wrong there. I'll have to open it later. So we found a fun file. Passwords.back.txt. So if we had looked for .back, nothing more files, we wouldn't have found it. And now we found it. And they probably did the same thing as with other txt file, that they didn't notice the .txt because they hide the extensions, right? So it's probably not even on purpose, they made it extra difficult. So get content, not using the type alias, doing my best here. So C colon program files Internet Explorer. Yeah, that's where the other one was. PA. No, S. Internet Explorer password. Oh. So we're going to learn how to switch into this directory because I'm too curious now. Yeah, I have to test stuff. Oh. It doesn't work if you're not typing what you meant. So we can do this. So how would we move to the directory though? Oh, it's program files x86. Now we have stuff here. There's this file. But let's start with doing that. So I just wanted to see there was not a passwords file there too. So so it is there, and then we go into content instead on the same one. I should have just typed. Had to remember that. Back pass flag. So there. This was actually a bit more hacky. This. So I'm thinking, what could I possibly need to note down of this? I don't think we used anything new. We have not just changed directories yet. So get content and get child item. Get. Oh right, it's in the search for file, so that's why. Let's actually switch, so I can find it easier. And if I search for file, I will find it too. Proceed. That's what we say in Swedish. So the name is bad when you have to make a comment like this is a directory listing, right? So, oops, it didn't actually have new lines after there. I've got a low battery in my ear again. Yes, I used this before stream, so that's why. So, we're going to search for PowerShell, change directory, and I could easily find this if I just check what the alias for CD is, right? But I'm trying not to use any set location. CD command alias is a set location. Yeah, so it's we still went to CD. So who would use set location instead of CD? This is the thing with PowerShell, right? And also you can use the path argument. Yeah, if you really want to be PowerShell-y, then you can do that. So so let's do this. I don't have to do anything else. Let's just confirm too. So we haven't used any other set commands today. There, no problem. So, oh gosh, how I wanted to just ls a content. Okay. So it can't do that. Curious to see. Oh right, I used the wrong command. I should use get child item, that's why. Because there's no file. Actually, really, kinda. I just clicked too little. I should have clicked up one more there. So, And this one I actually should delete all of it, right? Because this is what we were testing. I should have remembered too. So here we have the passwords back txt. There were some other files here too. Listening ports, PowerShell script. So let's look at it. Get net TCP connection stateless, and this is what you just run. And it outputs it to this file here. Text port, get content path ports. For port in, system ports, local port, echo port. Okay. Okay, I can't change the size because it was already maxed. So, what screen size did that person who did this use? And my tummy wants some food. So, kebab roll today. So, the next question. Search for all files containing API key. So now we don't know if they mean in the name or in the file. So let's just start with doing the name. And if we don't find a lot of them, then it's probably the other thing. I'm kind of thinking it's the contents they mean. As it says containing. So let's find a command. That's the pizza arriving. I'll be back soon. I think that's very interesting, right? Let's see. I have pizza bread and the big roll. So I would have stopped streaming now if we were like doing something as a family, or oh, that felt very short. It was long since I ordered this, and this also leaked sauce in the box. So I'm real hungry, real hungry. So I'm gonna just grab something to eat. Yeah, so the thing is broken. This. I guess I'll do this time. Never did this before. Actually, just so it was almost impossible to tear this. So oh. Lots of onion. I asked for extra onions and salad. So we're gonna continue. I just need a few bites. Knife and fork? No, I got two. Not that I need one, but so we were gonna search for a PowerShell. Search for contents of file. We found a lot of files with that name though, so I'm not sure if this is what they're meaning, but that's what that would mean. Get content command, and then you need select string pipeline command. Okay. That was annoying when you couldn't scroll. So get content, temp PowerShell aliases, select string pattern get. Okay, so all the ones called get. This is not really what we want. They're just searching one file. So and files and lines that contain a specific string. Oh gosh, these are so annoying. Virtual Academy on PowerShell and YouTube. Beginning PowerShell. Oh, we can search this. Yeah, this is not a good answer though. As for the specific example on your question, what about this approach? For each search word in search, get child item, path, recurs, include. Now this is specific types. Select string, pattern. Yeah. I just want all files. It would take forever though. So the question is, so select string pattern, search word, select path, line number. Yeah, so we can use this. Let's select string pattern. So this is select string. I don't know if we're on basic anymore, but I guess it's basic functionality. It's not anything specific like users or. This is definitely basic. So we're going to edit this. First of all, we want it to be one line, and we don't want to have any include at all. We just want all files, and the path can just be C colon. So we just give it all files to the next one. Let's search for our string, which is API. Wonder if we can do types. If we like, we don't need binary files, right? We'll have to check, but I need more food first. So the other one did get item for a specific file. And we'll get lots of text files out of this. As an object, a list of them. Which ours will do too, it will just be much more files. But if the get child item could be more selective and be smarter, So this might be what they meant, but I don't really care because I want to know this anyway. So we get help on get child item. There's kind of food in the way now. So I'm a slower typer. It's files and folders. And why do I have my phone in my back pocket? That wasn't very comfortable. So we're looking now for something that can show that this is a binary or text file. The file type. So let's like do there. And let's actually grab this here. So help PowerShell, and now we can read this easier, and we can also search. So type. It's just instruction what to type. It is not a file type. So I wanted really file type. Attribute only hidden, system directory, archive device, normal, temporary, spares, reparse point, compress, offline, non-context encrypted. So we're going to Google like find executable files. So PowerShell find executable files. Exclude.exe. Exclude.dll. Yeah, but that's not what I want to do. I'm thinking, is there any way in Windows or in PowerShell to do this? Find exe replacement. Actually, I feel like just eating a bit. Should we TTS this? Hi, welcome in.
Garlic56 says, hi.
Welcome in. We're like exploring PowerShell a bit here. So I had some other plans first, but had some problems with the OVPN file being 0 size from Trackme, so we're doing this. But it's also a good thing to kind of know all the details of PowerShell. So usually you just do what you need and use aliases like ls or dir for listing files and cd for changing directories, and now we're going all in on the PowerShell commands. So we're going to find inside a file, search the insides of files. So we really want to grep. Maybe I should use grep instead in my search. But I guess we have that already. What we need is I don't want to search all the executables when I want text. This is not useful. Let's just try with what we have, right? So let's hop back here. Yeah, this is just a normal search. Get child item path and what the file name should include. And to do it recursively and not stop if there are errors. They will show the errors though. So now we want to go to the next step. And I guess it's quicker to go back here. Yeah. So we want to get all the files on C drive. Select string, pattern API, and we have a drag me room with just tasks really to do. API key is what we want, and then we're going to select a few things from the output we get here. Path, line number, and and search word E. So this is a variable with this too. So I don't like that. Maybe we should have set up a variable. I don't know the exact meaning of this, but we want to have something with a child item here, so we exclude stuff. And there should be exclude here, right? Yeah, I'm just blind. Exclude string. So they used include here. So we're going to do the same, but we're going to use exclude instead and just so I'm gonna paste, oh gosh, paste that, and we're going to exclude, and we're going to do like exe DLL. So I just wanted the format here. It is comma between the different ones. So we could add more if we think of some good files we don't want, like the virtual memory or whatever. But I think this is a tiny VM, so let's try this. So it is logical that we first search for the API key, and then we list with it. And I'm going to go and check exactly what this last bit here means too, so we're not just abandoning it like this. So let's paste this and run it and see what happens. And the task they're giving us is of course to be able to hack stuff later. This wasn't very useful, was it? HVE. And also we can't even see the full name. So I do have some food. So it doesn't stop on errors, that's good. Yeah, so some files can't be read. But what I wanted to do is to actually output the full file to the full line. It's not. Search word. Line number. Yeah. So I don't want only that, I want the actual line. Very nice pizza bread today, it's not burned. Sorry if I make someone hungry. So we got another line in there. Lots of errors. So I should have cleared the screen first so I could easily find this place. I don't even remember what the question was. I don't think I even read it. I'm more like exploring now. So files with API keys in, we started looking at. So there are just a few. So let's hop to the actual question. Search for all files containing API key. I'm curious. What did they actually mean with this question? I don't want to scroll too far. So they do recurse select string pattern API key. This is what we should do instead of ours. So let's copy this bit. So the only difference is that we have some kind of output filter there. And that I filtered a bit. I don't like the output of this though, so let's just do the same thing. And let's not limit it. The problem is they want some kind of string as the answer. They stopped at the place where I just looked. If that is it, I'm annoyed because I don't think this is good. Well. 1 to 3. So we're going to ChatGPT this, and we're going to make it better than theirs. ChatGPT, because I didn't write this line, the last of it. We're going to say please include the actual line on the next line. Includes. I don't think it will matter for it. So these are great to have in our oh, we're on a Windows machine, let's find the data, you know. I did say on the next line, I mean a separate line. So I can't see. Now you can see the whole thing. For each object, PS custom object at I wonder if this works. So I was so hungry, I usually couldn't eat as much. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh. Just got some hot sauce. So I'm so done with that. Sorry for eating. The alternative would have been stopping. I don't want to do this room. After the last pipe. After the last pipe, the for each object commandlet processes each match individually. Here's a breakdown. For each object, yeah. PS custom object at birdwings. Outputs a custom object with the properties path, line number, and search word. Each property is displayed on one line by default in PowerShell's output format. Outputs the matching lines as a separate object. Since it's not part of the custom object, it prints on a new line after the object is displayed. Okay. Why does this create separate lines? PowerShell treats each distinct output object or value within for each object as a new item to display by outputting the custom object first and then the raw line separately. They are printed sequentially, with a line appearing immediately after the structured object. So we'll see. Actually, I don't care about the search word popping up, you know? So if you had a loop with several, that would be nice. So we can keep it, but let's copy this and see if it runs. Yeah, so it's still going. Let's abort that. So, invalid key. So that's why it's matching, because it says API key. So here we have the other line with the path, file name, line number and the search word. Then we have the line. So let's add an empty line in between there. So I don't know how, I'm assuming we could just make a new line here, right? But how? So, please add an empty line after each. My God. After each what would I call it? After each after each line. So it will do. Oh, that's how. I was thinking, how do we make an empty line character? That was a nice trick. So, yeah, I kind of like this. And also, obviously, we couldn't put this on one line, right? So, let's abort again. Just when we got a fake key here. Now we have to research how we do clear screen. How do we do clear screen? So I could just CLS, but let's find clear screen. PowerShell CLS. I'm lazy now. Clear host. Clear host. Yo. And then we input the stuff. No. So I'm gonna copy, paste. So now we should give some space so we can see each entry easier. Nice. Then that these are indented doesn't make it easier to read, but and we can also see the ones that wrap. And we can very easily see this one now. This was so much easier to read in this format. On line 1. This is on line 844. I wouldn't say it's mega slow, as this is a lot of lines to check through, right? So it's nice reading through stuff. So we could probably have easily added more things here to exclude. We could also make it list all the files. How would we do this? Let's give it a challenge, ChatGPT, right? As this takes some time to run, I'd like to see the currently, oh my God, currently searched file name at the bottom to later be overridden. Be removed. We don't want parts of it left. File name with path. Knock on the door. Let's see. Hey my love. Så du vill ha pannkakor eller något? Jag ska bara äta klart min mat. Vill du ha panburgers? Jag fixar det, jag ska bara äta lite min mat. Sen fixar jag. Vi kanske ska äta hemmahamburgare imorgon igen. Det var mysigt att äta tillsammans och se en film. Okej, då är det kvar dina McDonalds annars. Lika bra. So it's very nice. I had this computer open on the floor with like sideways in the middle of the floor here for like a week. So we moved it earlier now on the stream. I was trying to I was waiting for finding cables, but I was like, nah, let's fix it. So I have to go up to the attic to get cables. To later be removed when we get a hit in our search. So it doesn't not understand what hit means. Here's updated command that shows the currently searched file path at the bottom of the terminal and removes this when a match is found. So now we suddenly have a real actual script, right? So write host are currently searching. No new line. Yeah. So, but it needs to overwrite too. We'll see if it works. We don't want old paths underneath in some way. On long lines. It doesn't look like it did that. Oh well, we could click the copy button, I guess. So, we were at this place again. It's still searching. So we're going to do clear host. And let's not do that, but do that. Again, it failed to copy. So I think when I do clear host, it clears the paste. Copy paste. 2. Nice. It's failing. Yeah, it's totally failing. So let's scroll up. So we can see these, it's currently searching. And then the header is, yeah, it's not good, it's not good. And you can also see how the lines are not emptied. We have all the old output. The line needs to be emptied. No, you can't just hop to the start of the line. Also, All lines now start currently searching forever. Just get a look at the old code and just add this. The main functionality should be the same. We might have to do it manually. So it looks like this. It's just a big mess. So it's never really overriding anything. I don't know if it's, you know, there's no file line output because it keeps overwriting the same line too many times, I think, or something. So let's clear it before we copy the new code. Also, we reach the limit there for our free. We have to wait, well, I guess 2 hours if we want more of this intelligence level. So I think it was already down at the bottom. But it's very nice that it can do this at all, right? So I was thinking anyway, yeah, so it's not doing it. It's like we can see that it added something empty there. And some seem to be, it's when it finds them instantly. Right? That's when it works. When it's not finding anything for a line. Oh gosh. Yeah. So we need 2 Control C's, by the way, to abort that one, I've noticed. So this doesn't work at all. So my mom couldn't find the phone number, but then she found it just when she called me. So huh? So I'm just gonna write to her too. So this is a working one. It actually said ChatGPT can make mistakes. Now let's just confirm that this is the same by pasting it here, right? So then it tried adding stuff. No new line here. This is a problem bit of it. Here it's overriding here. This is not supposed to be no new line. I don't understand it yet, but to have a new line on the first one makes this overwrite the last output. That seems very clear. Here though, we don't want no new line, right? So let's just try this. So I should have looked at it myself. So now it's always writing a new line. We need to add it later instead. So let's abort it. So I want an if else. For this to be able to do a new line here, there needs to be a new line before. But this will always happen, even if the last one also was one of these. And that's why it started writing it. Oh. I didn't actually want the currently searching, but I'm thinking it's useful now. Ha ha ha. That's funny. I'm so full now. So let's debug this ourselves. So with new line and new this. Let's compare what it did here. So let's compare this one we had here with this. So this line is the same and it has comments. Then it has current file. Okay. So is it using current file any other place? Yeah. But why? Right host. Oh my gosh, that was my tummy. Replace dot with this is so bad. It's trying to write the same thing but replacing dots with spaces. So replacing everything with spaces. And hopping to the start of the line again. Okay, yeah. I guess that is a step in the right direction. So I'm trying to see both at the same time here. So this is really what was added. But it's hopping to the start of the line, replacing, I'm assuming this is any character with space and not dot with space. So it is at the start of a line, there is nothing there, ready to write the next line. That should be correct. Then for each match in matches, match line number, API key, match line, yeah. So we can keep this one actually, it's not worse. Let's just confirm the logic. So we're making a variable, which would be the same here too, right? It actually... so we could just use this there too. So the other one, it's using this. So there's, I don't see the reason why it is generating a... It is within the same loop lap, you know? For each object loop. So this is really just messy. So instead of the variable it is doing, and also I don't want the currently searching one, but it is making a variable of all the things it is outputting. So as it is doing that, it's also the currently searching. But as I don't want that, it is just this. So let's remove the currently searching. And this. Should just be in there instead. And then we should have, yeah, let's remove the currently searching from here too. And so right host, which I should remember. So in the notes already. The new line might be useful. And let me go back. So I am just making sure that I know how variables work here, right? So if we, oops. So my copy didn't really work there. So this is what this is set to. As this already is within these, we should be able to put it here, which makes this the same as this, since we now remove that extra text, meaning this right host here. So instead of having it right host just R, hop to the start of the line, no new line, we going to put this in here instead. Instead of this variable, we'll just keep the default one. I don't understand the why it is $$ and $, but that's how they write it here, and it obviously works, right? We get the file names up. That's not a problem, it's some logic error. So this, I'm assuming this is regular expression and not a string. So we can actually look at right host replace. So let's get help on right host. Here we can see the new line 1 separator. And we can also set a color. A lot of colors. That's mostly like all of the things. Common parameters. Customize output. You can specify the color of text using foreground parameter. Background using background parameter. Separator parameter lets you specify a string to separate displayed objects. Particular results depend on the program that is hosting. Windows PowerShell. Online version. Related links. Then we have the clear host. There's also write debug, error output, write host, write output, write progress. Look. I don't think that's what we need though. I think it's probably some kind of bar, right? But let's check it out. So I'm going to examples on the other one. When we're done with this, Yeah, displays a progress bar. So it's not like it's handling overriding data like the one we want. So I guess we could do examples at the end. So right host new line test, new line test, and it's on the same line. Right host separator. Comma space +2 equals, and there's the other character separator between all of these. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that's a bit funny. Funny example. Separator this, and then it foreground color and stuff. And it's explaining the output. Different text and background colors, yeah. So it can't really do much, can it? We'll have to be the smart ones. But now we know a little more about it, how it works. So my kid, when he knocked, he wanted some food, and I said I'll finish one of those more. Eat a little bit more. So I'm going to bring my food down and microwave some pancakes for him, which will take 3, 4, 5 minutes. Actually 2 in the microwave. No, 3 in the microwave. And then some jam and stuff on that. So I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab the plate here. gosh. Yeah, I can feel I ate so much too much. So much too much. Oh my god. So, we kind of explore this thing now. It'll be fun to see if we can fix what ChatGPT couldn't. Let's see. I'm sorry for leaving like that. I'm back now. So now my kid has his second meal of the day. So he will need at least one more. So I've been chatting a bit with the family too. So kind of that's done. Because I want to finish this. So now these should be similar, but this one contains the replace here. So this bit should be extra if we compare these line by line. So this one is the same. First of all, let's remove the comments. They're just annoying. I'm sorry. They're just in the way for me. Especially when we're comparing like this. So now we can see them more at the same time. So here we have matches, rightos, and the extra bits. A new R. And this is an interesting new thing to me, that this is instead of the backslash then. Path API key, yeah. So the thing that we need to do is that when we have a match, we need like a variable to remember if the last one was a match. So we do know here how to make a variable. Also, let's remove it. Let's delete this. Obviously this is okay, and instead of match it, we should be able to put this in here to make this simpler, in my mind at least. So, what do you think? No, we use matches here too. So we need the matches variable because it's used twice. If matches, first if there is such a thing as matches. And then for every match in matches. But yeah, for every file. Yeah, I agree. There might be several lines containing API key, but we don't want more hits per line number. So let's connect those, and or is it better to have some space? Let's make a new variable here. Just we use spaces, right? So what if happens? Yeah, tab makes spaces. Good. So I think that's not what happens if you're outside one of the blocks. So a variable called last search. And equals what's just nothing. So why is this one blue? So matches is something it recognizes. Whatever. So this one I want to be true and false. And let's check out how that looks in PowerShell. PowerShell true, false, Boolean or else Booleans. Microsoft, I guess we go Microsoft. Yeah, I recognize this. So, false and true. So, this is more to learn, you know, than to actually get this, because I don't care about the output, because we already found the result that we wanted. So let's just set this to false. There, and it's yellow, it's recognized. As a special word, waste matches though, because it's just a variable name here. So matches means something special or not. So last search. So if matches, then I'm going to do this is if it had a match on API key. So now we know the syntax of an if from the line above. There. So if last search, and we want an else too. And I'm assuming, and this, if the last search we need an else here too. If matches, else. Else oops, I copied something else and they just exactly want this here. So we set it to false if there were no matches. Then the next time it goes around, if it is a match or if it isn't a match, we can act on that, right? So if the last one was a match, we will have written out 2 lines, and let's see here, we have written this one last though. Right. Right. So this can't be within the loop, of course. This can't be in the loop. This is just an initialization value. So it is outside of the loop. Which starts here. I don't know how we would separate it. Maybe we could like... we just do this, I guess. So we really need, already before we write the next line here, do we need to do anything before this? We kind of do, because if the last one, we can't do the R thing. This is really where we need this. Yeah, maybe we don't even need an else. So when we write out the line, here, so if the last search was a last search, so how many of these do we have? I'll do this just to make it easy. Well, that's what happens when you don't copy stuff. Last search, success. I don't know if that's good. Large search hit. Was a hit. Very, very like boring variable name, but still useful, right? So I rather have long ones. If last search was a hit, now it's normal language to read. It wouldn't have been here though. So this should really be true, because we don't want the first one to be aligned oddly, like overwriting the command line. So if the last search was a hit, else nah. Was if last search was a hit, yeah, I'm thinking which way to do it. So we could do 2 separate full lines, but if it was a hit, then we don't want this. But we want no new line at the end for the search thingy. Meaning, maybe this is what we should do here, you know? And this... Oh, the machine died. So I don't really care. You can just reconnect later. We really need this to be a not. So I'm assuming we could do false here, but it is the else that I want this in. And this is the only thing that it's writing here. Also with no new line, because it's not supposed to switch lines. And then we write this. I so prefer Python. This is not pretty. Then we go into learn how to not. So PowerShell, if not, can I just exclamation mark that? Negate a condition in PowerShell. If test but if not, so we have to use the not word in parentheses. If test pass, it exists. If not, this works fine, but I prefer something in line. Mine is not. You can also use. We can use that. That's prettier. You can also, for fun, you can also use a bitwise exclusive OR. Yeah, that's very readable, right? And not comes with a traditional alternative of then can somehow get traditional alternatives for EQ and NE2. Not is the only logical operator that comes with an alternate. So I guess we do not because it's more PowerShell, and we're learning PowerShell, not another language. Not. I use it because I'm used to C stuff. Yeah. So we're trying to be very, very PowerShell, but it would be one character to add. Yeah. So I can't motivate. I can't motivate doing something more complicated. So if it is okay in PowerShell, we do it. So we're going to just exclamation mark it. That was my hope that it would work, right? So if not, then we can remove the else and we good. And we just, when it wasn't a hit, we're going to hop to the start of the line. Otherwise, maybe we should have actually a line. An empty line. Which kind of looks like this then, does it? Right host nothing. So since that feels very nice, I'm going to undo and copy this line. Paste it here. And just to make this easier to read, I'm going to do like T and F on these, right? True and false. And we have made sure that if matches, why couldn't I select that? If matches, we need to set this to true, and here false. So let's set it to true here too. Or at the start. So now it is when we're actually writing the information about the new search, which we do every time, that is when we handle the positioning according to what happened last time. I'm kind of feeling it's not done yet though. I guess we test run it and then I kind of read through it all. The problem is that we have nowhere to run it. We can just run it in my computer. Let's start it again. So, do I have any API keys on my machine that I don't want to share? What do you think? Alright, we have this horrible thing. So, this is where we're working on. And I'm still on this one. So we're just going to, as soon as we get the new IP address, we're just gonna put it in and we're gonna run the script there. 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. 15 seconds. And I still have it in my copy. Hopefully. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then we have to remember this is a Windows machine. So we will see if it is started already or if it will refuse us. 17.112. What do you think? Will it open up? Yeah. So yeah, I remember it being slow. I did type all the things. I think we use 16. I'm kind of thinking, should we do 14 this time because you know. And the copy didn't stick. I have to copy it again. Yeah, it did. It's just very slow. So there we have a little script, you could say. And looky. So the question is why? Why is it odd? Because they're all Fs, right? There we had some hits, and we still have this left here, meaning that its command with replace doesn't work. Yeah, definitely. So here's the API key we're supposed to find there. So it's searching DLL files. I excluded DLL files. DLL dot something. Yeah, so it's definitely not doing the regix thing. Replacing all characters. So instead, I guess we just we kinda could this line here. Let's hop it over to well, let's give ChatGPT another chance, even though it is not the latest anymore. This line it does not empty the full empty the line at all. Is this a regix? And then it will say, oh, I am sorry, it is not. What do you think? You're great. My previous approach code provider for cleaning the line wasn't working because replace option doesn't achieve the desired effect. To properly clear the line in PowerShell, we need to overwrite the current line with spaces the same length. Oh. Yes, I was actually going to look for how I did that, but now I don't have to, hopefully. But we'll see. So now I recognize this, you know. I have removed the currently searching though. Clear the current line by printing spaces over it. Right host. Move to the next line after clearing. It's not supposed to do that at all. The point of clearing the line is to write there again. So I do get a bit tired of this. So we should have Googled maybe match line. Yeah. Full name length. It also doesn't use its own variable. No, it removed the variable in the last one. So we only compared this one and this one, I think. So let's see, this is the first one where I say take some time to run, so show the file name, and it made that. We compare to this and use the most useful stuff from there. This is what didn't work. The main functionality remains unchanged. I don't think it did. Doesn't work at all. Apologies for the confusion. I see you're looking for a simpler process to show the currently searched file with clearance. So if this was a human, I would say it was lying, right? So we're going to compare to this one too before we continue. But let's add its suggested line underneath here, because this one obviously didn't work. So plus space times, yeah, this is good. Plus space times full name dot length. So I'm still curious about this. I would assume that the dot length would be outside of that. We'll have to test some stuff. It is still searching, by the way. For so, oh gosh. This is interesting. All my history on this box is still there, though it shut down. But it's older history. Very interesting. Very interesting. I was like, but the clear history doesn't work anymore. So what about CLS? Oh, clear history. No, I didn't want to do clear history. Yeah, so it is not that. It was not my history, it was theirs. I wanted to do clear host. It was enough close that I mistook it at first. So we should have no history now. No, it doesn't work. So, so what I did do was to remove the comments, making me totally not remember. Yeah, it is the square thingy. So how to comment stuff. So it is the same as a lot of other things. Only it is messy in OBS because it gets the link thingy. Right host, and this one is the old one. I don't know even why to save it, but this might not work, you know. So we're going to compare this to its other option. This is what works. So let's grab it. Not the last one, but this one. So no, I think I'm off. And here's where I said take some time to run, so I want to see what file. And this one we compared with this one. Then we have this one, which is the next. And then we have, yeah, it does a full name length here. Okay. So if I had only read this, I would have not asked about it again. Anyway, let's paste it here too. And let's compare it now. It is the same. If it is the same, we don't have to do anything. Let's get rid of the comments first. And of course I have my new code in there too. So we have right host this line. And I removed currently searching. And the R is up here. And then we have matches, if matches. And then this new line. Yeah, so I just got the same answer twice because I asked about something I already had got to reply for. But they said this doesn't work at all, and it answered something tiny like that. But that's the one thing I asked just before, so it probably connected those together, although they were not related. So, let's think of the logic. The first time we enter here, last search was a hit is set to true, meaning when we go to the first line here, when we have found a file that is not an exe or DLL, and we go through the first file here. This one is true, so it thinks the last one was a hit, meaning it is not on an empty line. Well, we'll see what happens. So it will, last search was a hit, it doesn't do the R and hops to the start of the line. So let's actually ask ChatGPT here. Please explain. So I'm kind of sure, but represent a carriage return. A carriage return in most programming languages moves the carriage to the beginning of the current line in the console without advancing to the next line. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Though I've never seen the backtick used in PowerShell like this. But I'm assuming backslash. So, oh gosh, what a long explanation for something tiny question. So, next thing to check is, so it's a logic. We write a T only to make sure to show this. Actually, let's put a delay in here so we can see the output clearly. How do I make PowerShell pause for the 1S? I don't care about the spelling mistake, it will understand. So start sleep seconds 1. So let's add this to the end of the loop so that we can see that it works, you know, and we're not overwhelmed by scrolling text. So let's see if this much works. Now we should be able to see that the first one starts with writing a T, and as we're not hopping to the start, we should be able to see it is searching the first file. And its miscalculation here, just checking the length of full name when it was actually the length also of the text it had. It works out, but not if I want to add some more text there. So just knock on the door. Yes, love. Yes. Jag kommer att fråga dig om ett tag. Gud, jag åt för mycket. Riktigt lätt. Så. Yes, I ate too much. My tummy feels bad. Oh gosh. Well, let's continue here. So we're going to test run it. I think I already copied it, but it seems to be a bit hard for it to copy. So Ctrl C twice and one copy. What do you think? I have share running, so sometimes it's just a bit funny. So we saw the first one said T. We can see the names. They're not disappearing. Do you see that? It's not disappearing. The sun at the end. So when the shorter file names appear, it is not actually overridden. So let's abort it already there and fix this problem before we go anywhere else. That means that this is not actually emptied. This does to write anything. I think as it looks the same. We could also Google, but let's see if it can do it. Write as is not working as expected due to how the line is being overwritten. Let's break it down and fix it properly. The goal is to clear the line by overwriting evil space, or however, PowerShell sometimes doesn't clear the line as expected. Yeah, so we can understand that. So the question is, how do we fix that? Start sleep. Milliseconds, 100. But we already know it doesn't work, so but we already know this method will not work. Something is, oh, it's spaces, I don't write anything, you know? So we Google PowerShell clear a written line. Clear content. Text from a file. Screen. Clear host. Removes all text from the current display. Yeah, but we just want one line. Clear screen in PowerShell command line. Clear itself. Clear host. Yeah, last text lines. So they're doing graphics. Controlling screen. Set cursor position. Well, that was useless. Clear. One console line. Level lost C#. It's obviously we have written PowerShell, right? So what we can do is just to write more characters at the end. Another ChatGPT. This was someone saying go there and learn PowerShell to someone here. So I don't want to be stuck on this forever. We could try a fresh window for ChatGPT. And that would make it not have this odd context. We can do that. We could try another AI. As it's such a question that it's hard for it to write in Google. So I want to clear a line in the should I say? Well, I will probably understand terminal. Let's do PowerShell. After having written there, I used do still have the thing now, but it's in there. R to hop back to the start of the line, but when I write spaces, the text is not overwritten. So this is common always, right? It always says that you can do what you already said that you're doing. Then overwrite the line with spaces to clear it. Oh gosh. So this is what we're doing. This is what I told you does not work. So let's just run this thing. This is how good it was. It didn't even hop to the start of the line. And it written out times 80. Maybe this is the problem we have before too, that it actually is writing the multiplication. Ah la la. Plus, which it means it actually is writing the plus character. It is not using this to add the strings together. Maybe we can solve this now with this insight. I just don't understand the error. Now it is setting a parenthesis there, so maybe it's still. I'm not going to laugh so much. No, we didn't get a plus out at least, but it's still not doing the right thing. Let's paste. Let's make something more visible, right? So where's my line? Here. So if we paste this and we replace this character with A. And replace this with a number because the variable doesn't exist, so then it works, but we still have the plus. So let's see if we just do this. And then we get an error because oh yeah, the no new line must be after, of course. There. So my nose is going to sneeze. Ah, darn allergies. So I'm going to just do this. I'm not going to send it, it's just for testing. And let's do B's here. And let's do C's here. And let's do a tiny pause. Now we can do a second pause, it's okay. So let's grab the second pause. And let's I don't want to write milliseconds, that's why. And then we copy all of this and we paste it over here. And we send A, B, C, and it works now, okay? So now we will replace the B's with spaces. And do it again. So I should have written out more messages. Yeah, it works. So we were missing parentheses. And I was assuming too much that ChatGPT actually knew, was correct. So we need a parenthesis here around these. That's it. Such a thing could break things quite a much. And we're going to clear host, trying to type as much as possible here, not just arrow up, right? And then we paste. I'm not going to type this. So there was a T on the first one, right? And shorter names, and they're not written. So there's some kind of math error in there too. Yeah, so let's abort this and let's just see if we can do the bits we want here. So we should still have the the length there. So let's right host the length before we do this. So I don't really want the full name length. I want the terminal length would be fine. But I'm thinking about this, right? So I'm thinking that the dot length should be outside of this. So it should be outside of that one, as that is what we get the name from. Those, right? Let's see. Now I put it wrong, one wrong here. So undo, paste. So this is how we get the name. We might even put an extra parenthesis on that. Let's just try it. We could have just, I was gonna write it out, but maybe it's easier just to run this. If it works, you know, that was the problem. I thought that might be a problem before, but I kind of thought that, well, it probably knows what it's doing right. Pam, Jason, shorter names, and still got it there, right? We can see how the text is not disappearing. And we have 1 second delay now too, we can easily see all the things. So it will take forever for it to find something. So then we didn't get any errors or anything. So instead of this, we're now going to and let's comment that one out. That's so annoying. So here we're going to just write normally. I guess that should work too, right? We want it on a new nice line. And the only thing we want here is the full name, and we want the new line and everything there, and that. So this should write out the file name, and as the next line, let's base it on this instead.
Loving Garner says, Chia P viewers on stream, boo.
It is blocked.
Remove the space. Add hose 6 LQ.
I'm going to add a dot length, and I don't think that might work, so I'm going to add a third line where we actually put an extra number of extra parentheses around that, because it is outside this, as this is the full name, right? So this is the length we want. I don't know why we have this extra dollar character here. I should have asked ChatGPT while it was working. So I just copied it all again. I guess I clear host this way. Paste. And the first one says T. The next one's hop to the start of the line. I don't get any output though. Alright, this is only for matches. I'm so stupid. So ChatGPT didn't think, because it can't think, but I can think. So I could have thought of that it only does this for matches. Oh, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. So how much work did I do for nothing? Not that it's for nothing, because we learn things. So let's grab all of this thing, because this needs to be done for all of them, even if it's not a match. And that belongs with that. So let's put them together. This is the output. So for all names, independent if they're matches or not, we want to clear. I want to make functions now, and I don't want to make functions now. So this should be done after we write before we write something new. Independent of what the old thing was. not independent of what the whole thing was. And this is why this is good, and we already have it fixed. So here we should have two lines, one overriding, but if it was a hit, we actually want to make a can I do the backtick? So a new line here. We could just do nothing. That will work. Right host T. And this actually does not work because I want the no new line there. But I want a normal right host first. So a right host, nothing. And then, because we want to hop from the line where it was not new lined, if it wasn't. And otherwise we want to add a line. So it should be this line really, but as it didn't work, if we get double lines, we will notice, you know. So, but if it was not a hit, then we will want to continue on the line we were already doing, marking it with F just to show that this is not a changed line there. So it's still doing it. It just hopped down a few steps. We should board that. So yeah, so I don't get why I didn't understand this earlier. I should have just like read it. Why didn't I go through the logic all the way? I just started and then I didn't go anymore from here. Well, we did learn things. We googled, we found some stuff. But I should have understood that the reason it wasn't overwriting was because we only did it with the matches. So it's going to clear the line before it writes the new one, right? So write the new one over here. So we can do writing a new file name. Oh, this is horrible. I don't like that it's gray. I want to be able to read it clear. That didn't give me anything. And it does not leave the line. That's important. And it's supposed to do this on the same line. This is why we're doing this. So here we want a backtick R. Because it's writing this at the start of the same line as it already was on, and it might not have been on the end because we might have just overwritten it with spaces. Yeah, I'm gonna just run this because I just want to see this output before we decide what to do. So which one of the length alternatives is actually correct? The thing I thought sounded very odd from ChatGPT, or the one I tested to modify. So come on. So yeah, it just adds .length as text. And put the file name in parentheses. So this is not in any way math, because it is within a string. That is probably why. So what if we put another parenthesis around this? And around this. Yeah, I'm saving here as if I were to run this. I guess we should be using a script instead for this pasting, but I'm kind of thinking this is still useful. So it is still just printing it. It's within a string. It's not very strange. Quite logical, actually. So now let's change it to not be within strings. So here we just write full name, which is a variable that is a string. Then here we do the length, and that should not be a string, it should be a number. And I don't know how this is handled by PowerShell at all, if we need to convert it or anything. This is why we were learning, right? So I guess this will become my first PowerShell script. That is not a reverse shell. So now we're getting digits, numbers. And this is what we want, meaning both mine and theirs worked. Let's also uncomment one of these lines. No. These are very similar. So I'll comment these. Oh gosh. Will it help to paste the character? No. I still get the same problem. I'm just gonna copy the latest version. So we're not going to be able to have the sleep for 1 second later. So why? Oh, I forgot to copy the last one. So I already saw it's not working, but it's staying on one line now, but it's not working still. What we're going to do is to just instead use the digits that we had here, right? So the output we had, I'm just gonna abort it. The output we had was numbers. Let's make sure it is this one, right? That this one works. There's no way it can't. And the difference for this one is that it has an extra parenthesis around this and this before the length. So if I undo, then I won't get the character or the menu pop up. I'm getting lost character this time. So So 11, 17, 16, 23, 37, 48, and as soon as it goes down here, oh, it works now, but it's also writing more lines. So that's why it's working, of course. So I missed something I was going to change. So I was going to change this character to, let's do a star here. And
Shadow says, meow.
Meow meow. We can delete this and this. And Let's comment this because we know we have a working digit. And let's grab this working digit there, and let's use it here. Delete that, put an extra parenthesis. This is a digit in here, and we multiply it with a string, and then we add it to a string. So number of parentheses, one here, and one here to here. And we're doing stars instead of spaces so we can actually see the output, right? And this length there should actually be +1. So we should see like a star at the end, or like a character at the end. That's okay because we're adding a character up here, a T and an F. If it works, it should still be like that. So copy. So how are you doing? Oh look, we got an error. New unexpected token, new line in expression or statement. Right host, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 parentheses, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can see that. So I did count them, but I failed. So
I'm doing
1,
crazy
2,
stuff.
3, 4.
Pi 0 with OTG adapter to an USB hub, then via USB-A to USB-A, both male plug, cable to another adapter to be able to plug in another micro-AUX adapter for LAN.
Okay, so Pi 0 with OTG adapter to a USB hub, then USB to USB-A, cable to another adapter. Tell me what you're doing. So why? So I'm going to go through this again. This parenthesis is around this. This is a part of this variable which gives us the file name. We do the length of that, and then we have this parenthesis around the length. Then we have one parenthesis for the star thingy, and we just need another one. It's just so many parentheses. So let's just grab it again. So let's run it again. So definitely no stars, nothing.
The last adapter before the AUX LAN adapter was originally used as a USB extension for the dongle I have for my VR full body tracker. And the extension uses micro USB.
Okay. It sounds complicated. So now we got stars here. So stars are outputted. They're not outputted. They're just not good enough.
So micro USB cable into that adapter and then a USB dongle on the other side of the adapter.
Yeah, I don't totally get it. So I have not used any VR stuff and definitely no.
You need a picture?
If you want to, you don't have to. I'm kind of digging in this, so you can do however you want.
VR
if you want to send
Mechatronics
an
says,
image.
Hey, How is
Yes,
it going?
VR will probably. He's the VR dude. I think you're talking the same language there. VR full body tracker. I'm like, what's that? Never heard of it ever. Sorry. I'm good, VR. How are you? So I'm going to go through it this time, the logic, instead of just testing stuff. So we could really have just deleted parts of it. Let's make a tinier example. Though it's nice to have this.
Maybe they will accept me this year.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully.
Kato says, you know those extension cords from Wi-Fi dongles so you can put in the dongle on the desk?
You asking me? So, extension cord from Wi-Fi dongle so you can put the dongle on the desk.
Yeah.
I don't understand a single word. So, do you have a Wi-Fi tiny little thingy? But put it on the desk? Do you mean you put it in the USB hub? Extension cord. An antenna? Is that what you mean? Do you mean a long USB cable before you put the little dongle thingy? The Wi-Fi mini USB thingy? Is that what you mean? I'm lost. Explain. So many options. And I have no idea about the VR things and how they usually work. So, we could just skip this bit for now. Kinda. Because all of the ones we're doing, they are doing the F. But I also don't see the F at the start of the lines we're writing, because we have this in between here now, right?
VR
So
Mechatronics says,
this should really be on top.
they finally admitted their mistakes, that they kept me on the waiting list for 20 years because they wanted me to work in my profession for 2 years, and yet you have to work for 5 to get permanent residence, which I already have. And they got themselves in trouble.
Ooh, very nice, VR. Great. So, as we do in Sweden, I hold my thumbs, and my toes for you to get into, finally be admitted. So there was something wrong in the system. Hopefully you fix it not only for you, but for everybody. So, so what was your short name? The best for me. Let's actually hear it, because I need help here.
Fix-It says,
Cato.
Cato. Yeah, I heard it, but I wasn't sure. So, Cato. Do you
Cato
want to
says,
explain?
give me a second.
Yeah, you gave up on me. I could understand it. It's okay. So I did have this character too far before this stuff written out in between, which is wrong, because this is what I want to see. So we have to overwrite this first. So actually, because of this special extra letter we have here, I'm going to add an extra character. Oops.
Link Discord PM.
Okay. So I do have Discord up. So this is what I had up in Discord. So you need to start the network beforehand. If a user isn't in the room, it won't offer them as a download. Yeah, so I get the download. It's just 0 bytes. It is obvious. There's a screenshot, right? What? How? Why can't they? You know? You did look at the screenshot. Okay, I guess I should spell screenshot with the right. I did it again. Miss the E button. So, I'm not gonna show your message, of course. Not it lost me scrolling. So let's hop over here now. Nothing else showing. So this is your hub, and it goes into the Pi, right? And then you have a USB cable.
Pi 0, yeah.
Yeah. So you have connected a USB hub to the Pi. That's the first image. So it's just a number of cables that is like a lot.
The black box is that extension used originally for dongles.
Okay, so this looks like a normal USB hub.
Second pick.
Okay. So extension used originally for dongles. But with dongle, could you specify what the dongle is? We could click here too, right? To watch it closer. So there's
and the white
just
thing is a micro
USB
USB OTG adapter for LAN.
So this is just a LAN. You have a RJ45 at the end here. And why do you have this thing? Isn't this just USB? Or is this the RJ45 end, and this is RJ45 to this? To USB. So it is USB here.
New pick.
Okay. I'm hopping away while I switch. Okay, so now we see what it looks like. So, as I thought, this was the... So why do you use this thing? It was just USB to USB. I don't understand why it's in there. It is micro USB to USB A, right? Does it change the signal, the USB signal in some way? Shouldn't you be able to plug this straight into
you use this as an
Pi?
inverted micro USB OTG adapter.
Yeah, but the only thing I've seen like OTG to use like HDMI or something. I have to Google it. Wrong one. Other page. Let's hop up here. OTG USB. Yeah, it's on the go, so it's like a bit flummy, no specific thingy. So connect different things. So I've only used it for HDMI.
Because I only have 2 micro ports on the Pi, but I need Ethernet, USB and power on the Pi.
Oh, so it's... Okay. Yeah, so I've used that too. I think I actually had it in my drawer before. But it's in my to fix box. I think. So we're going to fix one of those. It's not here. Yeah, look. Micro USB to HDMI adapter, and then it has a separate for power here. So a micro USB here too.
And because
the
I
micro
only have a
USB
micro
here.
USB ACK to LAN adapter and no standard USB to LAN adapter, I needed a hack.
Yeah. So nice that you had all the cables. By the way, so what do you think of this night light? Isn't it pretty? I can't put it closer because it will be blurry.
It hurts.
So, to fix bugs. We should fix some more stuff. I have so many things that in the fixing pile.
Touch it and it hurts bad, lol.
Yeah, and that's like Nightlight for Kids. And that has fallen off somehow. I don't know where the top of it is. But it is like a scary example that you should be careful where you buy your night lights. Especially if you have tiny kids. I think there was like a little moon and some blue things on the side, on the front of that one. Like a painting. So, yeah. By the way, what broke on that one is the USB connector on the side. It just fell off. So we just need to attach the USB connector there. So this test worked fine. That is good to know that this works. So I could run it again. Just to have something actually work. A, nothing, C. So it works to use this method of just overwriting with spaces. It does work, right? And we can, I also have a parenthesis around this calculation here. We can multiply it like this. But the suggestions from ChatGPT didn't work because it just printed out the plus and stuff. So that is good to know. So let's go through and see what happens. First, we set this to true because we want it not to overwrite the command line. You know, we want it to hop down to the line. I guess it will always do that anyway, but still. And then it just gives us an empty line here. If the last search was a hit, it will give it an empty line, and then it will stay on that line. If it wasn't, if it was the other case, it would be supposed to be on the same line and just hop to the start of it, and currently write stars, the length of this. And we could put a pause here too, right? So let's do lots of pauses so we can see what happens. So write an empty line, write a line of nothing, and we have a sleep in here. I'm kind of feeling like I want to delete all of these lines. Is there not something we would like here? Yeah, so let's actually put a sleep 5 here. Well, 3. And I should make a script of this. I know. It would be easier to handle than pasting the whole thing. Must have forgotten the last character. So we got a line there. So, can you see what I see? What I see is that it actually uses the new ones, and this is a very great test.
The whole thing is to get a net server up and running.
Okay, explain nut to me. I don't know it. So, a new thing to find things about. So you have a little pie to play with, and this is a server that does what?
Network UPS tools.
Network UPS tools. So we can delete the others. We saw that this line works. It's just there in the wrong place. So we're going to move it to the end, because it's actually not required at the start. We need the length to be the correct one. So it should have the same behavior now, but actually use the correct full name and overwrite the correct thing. Yes, should work much better. So let's grab the whole thing. So we don't have to explain it, I can Google, you know. But it might be fun. So admin now is overwriting the right length. Amazon, Bootstrap. So the only thing that I see now is that we don't have the T and F on the line. So that is because we hop back to the start of the line every time. So let's there. So after doing this, we still hop back to the start of the line, which we shouldn't do. So these belong together, and I would pull this together tighter.
Tell me, how is root unprivileged?
Root unprivileged. Well, it depends if you're on Windows and made an account called root.
I just got that message.
Well, of course there could be different kinds of permissions, but I'm not on that deep level, probably. What could root not have permissions to do?
System is still starting. Login of unprivileged users is not permitted.
Okay. So maybe it doesn't even know that root is not unprivileged yet. It's probably that early. Don't you think? So let's change this one to 1, 2. 1. And this is the let's actually do this. So let's give this a little comment that says nah, I don't want to. So that's how short it is now. Yeah, this is right. It's supposed to be one character not disappearing because we added one character. You see the F's there? So the F symbolize that we have a it's false, the last one. The last one was not a hit, right? So it's working as it should now with my debug mode here. Also, these should be spaces, not stars, you know? And we have delays, which we definitely won't have later. So it is working so far. I'm not gonna wait for all these extra seconds. So time to check the next bit. I'm thinking I will remove the TNFs because this will make code easier too. So we actually add a line here, and here we don't. So I think this is more readable, really. This section here will write the new name out, and if it is the last one was a hit, it will add a new line before, and if it was not a hit, it will add hop to the start of the line instead. So it will have been at the end of the line from writing the spaces or stars. So that's why it needs to hop to the start of it. And then we can also change this to be a space now. And it should just look pretty. And we also know that this overwriting works, so we can delete these pauses. The next step, let's actually put a sleep within the if, like here. Oh, that was actually a tab character there. I don't like tabs. Yeah, so when I tab in here, it doesn't do that. So that was probably an original ChatGPT tab from long ago. So let's clear host, let's paste, let's run. So when are we getting new lines now? So let's look at this a bit. So the lines that are long, they break, right? Is that the problem? Maybe not, but maybe the one after this was long. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but it would be pretty to have it perfect, and we might learn something from making it perfect. So maybe we can grab a bit of the string. So first of all, we do need to know the width of the screen, right? We would like to know that, the terminal's width. So when will it wrap? So let's go to the actual... We don't want this header written out. Why is this here? This is horrible. API key. So, so I guess this is a part of select string. PS custom object. Or of the PS custom object. So somewhere we need an option. So I'm thinking that when this hits the first match, it will go twice. It will show the header, right, with the select string as a match. That's odd. It is object oriented. There's lots of code behind, that we don't know and don't see. So I'm thinking that let's get rid of this thing, because it's kind of hideous. This thing, right? We don't want these numbers, search word, and there's also line is over here. It's so lost. Maybe ChatGPT can do this. Yeah, I'm tired. So we need to go to the old one. We know. Though it's only 20 minutes or something until we have it back. How do I get rid of the headers? It's select object and select only the properties you want to output without the default headers. Yeah, so tell me. Get child item recurs for each object. Pattern API key. Please give me only the relevant code and not all of it. My god. We've changed it all, you know. So where is the difference? Am I blind? So at least when I scroll down, it's not covering. So I'm gonna pull this to the other screen so that I can compare. Matches, select string, exclude. Okay, so matches, select string pattern. What? Select object. Okay. Property path line number line. That's not what I want. I don't want to show the headers. What? Okay, so this is it for today for ChatGPT. I'm so over it. So select string. So sometimes I've even used it for months. It's just wasting time a lot of the time, you know. But when you want to Google like backtick R, then it's kind of hard to Google. So would it be nicer to have an actual human example from the start, and we probably would have a working code hours ago. I don't know if I've been working on this so long, but we can see here. So we have 35 minutes, 1.5 hours since I started this again, just to test run the script. So we were finished with the question on track me before that. So how's it going there?
HDJKJFBXHG says,
thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to say your streams are incredibly entertaining and always brighten my day. I'd love to catch your next one, and if you're open to it, maybe with some friends too.
Very welcome in here.
Feel free to add me on Discord, Mary0324.
Yes, you can join my Discord server. We can do Discord here.
Fixerbot says,
So you can hop in there.
New follower HDJKJFBXHG.
So welcome in and thank you very much for the kind words.
Translated from Turkish.
And of course you and all of your friends are welcome in here and also into the Discord. So thank you. So right now I feel like I'm not very entertaining. Just digging into stuff that I'm thinking no one else is interested in. So I kind of want to know why it works, how it works, why it doesn't work, you know? And I started typing here, select string, no menus, matches nothing, select string showing document path, I'm missing out where there's no much. So let's do headers, because menus is no good. It's a bad word. No headers. Output data with no column headings using PowerShell. This is what I want to do. It's just very odd when you have your own organization of the data and then suddenly there's a header in the middle of it. Very odd. Where any nothing out file admins txt. I want to be able to output data from PowerShell without column headings. I know I can have the column using format table, hide table headers, but that leaves a blank line at the top. Here is my example. And there's a scroll here. Let's see if we can grab it. There. It's a bit dark. So who helps here? In your case, you can just select a single property. The easiest way is probably to bypass any formatting altogether. Get group member domain admins for each name. This will give you a simple string without column headings or empty lines. So we don't need any of the other data. We don't need the line number really. The path would be enough. We need the path and the line though, so we need two things. So we can't do that. So unfortunately not. The formats.com lists mainly for human consumption, thus their output is not designed to be easily machine readable or parsable. For multiple properties, I like to go with the F format operator, something along with the lines of percent, F command type name definition, which is isn't pretty, but gives you easy and complete control of the output formatting and no empty lines. So, perfect, thanks. That's the format string. Usually format string consists of something in braces. First a numeric index, which refers to which item of the object array.
Cato says, strange.
Strange. This or your stuff. Nice that you got it working. Do you still have root problems there?
Somehow one port of my switch won't work, but the other one does.
Okay, well, just be happy that one does that. So I just got a message from I'm gonna see.
Switching the input cable to the broken port and plugging in the PI on the port I used as an input before works.
Okay. So I'm guessing the ports were differently configured in the switch then. Must be something different.
It's a dumb switch, it has no config.
It's a switch and not a hub, right? You never know. Yeah, but most ones you can't configure, I know.
It's a cheap Netgear switch.
Yeah. I'm typing in Swedish, so I can't
It does
talk at the same
gigabit
time.
though.
Yeah. That's great. Let's see. I know I don't sound very English. I'm just going to try and read and type the Swedish. There. Just sending her some hearts and sleepy dudes. There. Oh. So now I'm with you here. Yeah, so cheap Netgear gigabit switch. So they're not marked like one is in and the others are like one mighty special still. So, so this looked interesting. So pipe it to this. But which step would we do that? A better way to leave your script as it was is doing the select name.
The switch doesn't care where input and output is connected. Currently input is currently at port 2/5.
Okay. Slum would end up with empty lines. Select expand property name is sufficient. You don't have to repeat name twice in the command. Select expand property name. Particular example, yes, but not in general. So, what do you think? Should we stop digging into? Yes, Gaben?
It's a simple 5-port switch.
Jag har den på laddning här.
2 is the router.
Den var helt
3
slut.
to 5 are my
Vänta ska du
servers
se.
I want to set up to be a NUT client.
My kid's phone. Här. Jag försöker tända ljuset mer för lådan. I'm just gonna plug my phone into the power instead. Let's see. There. So see what it says. I only have 37% left. Be sure to my kid's phone. So, a simple 5-port switch. One is the Pi, one is router. 35 are my servers. One is up to be NUT servers. Now we have the Google NUT, right? What a pretty image. So this is tiny, right? Something like this. The primary goal of the Network UPS Tools project is to provide support for power devices such as uninterruptible power supplies, power distribution unit, automatic transfer switches, power supply units, and solar controllers. That provides a common protocol set of tools to monitor and manage such devices and to consistently name equivalent features and data points across a vast range of vendor-specific protocols and connection media types. So that was what I thought when you said what NUT was. Do you have UPSs? I don't. Not that we have a lot of power outages either. We had one this week. It was the first one for a year at least. It feels shorter than it was since last time. Yeah. So you monitor power stuff, including solar controllers and stuff. Not just UPSs. So let's check what it is downloadable for. Binary packages. Linux. Yeah, so just normal ones. So what about the Pi? So we might continue and not care about making the script perfect. It was already working before. I just wanted to see if I could, and I've spent like at least 2 hours on making the script perfect, right? We already got the data we wanted from here, and I can, you know, we still get the output kind of like we want. We get a clear line. We get the path. We get the line number and the search term in case we would have several. Then we get the line here from the file. We get a clear line. We get the next one. So we're getting this correctly. So then I aborted it. But if we scroll up to before, when there are long line names, we can't handle that. But it seems to be working except for that. So long lines breaks it. Should we fix this tiny thing too and it will be perfect, do you think? So it is just not to output those lines. That's the only thing really. And the headers, right? So if we could easily get rid of these headers here. The line number search word. So I'm curious if this is considered a match.
I have one which, in the not outage state, acts as a power strip and has 4 computers and part of the network connected on the backup ports. In case of an outage, it can power all connected devices for up to 30 minutes as long as the computers are in idle. If my main computer is doing some heavy lifting, it'll go into overload and protects itself.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice. So if we have a power outage, now it was like 20 minutes the other day, this week. But the last time, I think it was for hours. Because they kind of like cut some cables, you know. When they were digging, maybe putting more fiber down or something. So, or fixing some water pipes that broke or something. So that's, I don't think it would help very much to have it here. Our servers survive. Maybe we should have a tiny UPS for like the file server. That's the really only thing that I care about. I mean, if the Minecraft server get corrupted, I have backup, you know? If the file server RAID got corrupted, that's not as nice, but it seems to be working still after all the years it's been running, so we switched a few hard drives. So I kinda don't feel a need for one. So we don't want to output a length longer than a certain value. And this is where we write the full path of the file. And we do that in 2 places. But it's really only a problem in the case where there are no hits. Because it will only empty the second part of it.
So if like yesterday I had a short outage while I'm asleep / about to wake up, no issues, it can handle that. But if I'm playing a game which needs a lot of power or I'm running a stress test, so worst case, it'll run for a minute and then cut out.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe you have time to save your game or something when you notice all the lights going off. So let's just fix this last thing. I think this should be the last thing because the headers, whatever, it's just in one place in the thing. But what it does here is that it wraps and it only empties this line, and maybe it's even this line too. So it actually the file name is 3 lines here. I don't think so though. It kind of looks like it's the JSON. Should be 1 letter here. Something odd is happening, definitely here.
I have time to press Alt plus F4, but if I'm too slow it's all going to shit.
Okay. So does it matter if it just dies? That's the question. If it doesn't, then I guess you don't need a UPS. More than to play with and learn and have fun, that thing. Setting up things just to experiment and lab with it. Just UPSs are too heavy for me. I could never lift one. Heavy stuff. My back would die.
I have a database on one of the servers, and databases don't like sudden power outages.
So then just connect it to that one, and if you have some kind of other server that is sensitive, not to your PC, maybe it's okay for the PC to just die. I would connect it to the most sensitive stuff. Like you would in a company, you wouldn't have everybody's PCs connected to a UPS, you would do the servers, right? So right host, full name, this one. So we need something here. So if the length,
everything else is theoretically okay to get a power cut.
Yeah, okay, then you know where to put the UPS to actually use it in a good way. So here we have the length. If this thing is more than length of terminal, and we need to know how do we get this, right? So PowerShell again. Get length of terminal.
Well, the UPS not only does backup power to safely shut down, but also protects the power supply from over and under voltage coming from the power grid.
Okay, but maybe you have some kind of spike protection just on your computer. I have that in my normal power splitter. For computer stuff. Determine size of PowerShell console. Yeah. Can I measure window height in lines? So the window size property of the host object. So here we have it. This is Dr. Scripto again from 2013. Will this still work? Will it still work? The easy way to test this.
Yeah, I know there are power strips from Brennan's tool which does that, but I got that UPS for cheap, put a new battery in it and it works ever since.
Okay, great. So I understand then why you would like to put your PC also on there to protect it. Because you don't want to have lightning strike down outside the house and everything just goes. That's not fun, is it? I think I might have had one thing like on all time do that. So if this is more than this, then how do we grab a bit of string? Because actually it's not here, it's when we're overriding it. We would like to go up one line though. Now let's just crop it, right? And crop it so we see the end of the path. Kinda. What do you think? That's good enough. The full path will be shown for the hits. It's only when we're searching. So.
Exactly. I'm even thinking about plugging in the cable coming from the modem into my UPS so in case of a lightning strike only the cheap garbage provider modem dies and not the rest of the network.
Yeah, do that if it's not too far, you know, with cables. If you have it all in the same place, do it. So, we need our little bird wings. And we're gonna need let's do it like this. If it is less, I guess. I don't know if we can do this. We will see. Then we want to do this. Now we did a tab there.
Well, it's already a long run of Cat 6, like 15 meters, and I don't think one extra meter will change anything lol.
Okay. So many things to delete there. So let's go else on this thing. So this is like an odd thing, as some things are C-like and others are totally not, right? So I'm assuming this won't work. PowerShell. Let's just do that and see. I could have done operators. Yeah, so they have these stupid things. And then they probably have a comparison table or something. This is not even found in here. It's just found it anyway because it's Google. That's nice, Google. So left hand side is greater or equal.
I have a lot of stuff which is not working as it should.
We want it's lower or equal. So we want smaller or equal. So we want LE, which is kind of LE. It's logical. I just don't like it as much as I would C stuff or Python. So -LE. This is not like an equal sign. I want an equal sign here. Will this work the same time? It's the same way as a normal one. Let's try this. So we know the size of this now, right? So now we're going to give it a number here that is lower, 90, and that is true. And now we give it a add a 1 to the start, and it's false. So let's try equal to, right? So 144. That is also true. I don't know what actually happens though in the case of the same length, as we don't have an exact example here, if it works or not. And this double hop makes me curious what actually happened. But I don't want to go pausing it again. So we have tested this. We get a true or a false as a result for a number of LE, the width, and it works. That is nice. So we just need to figure out what to do in the other case. So what we need is to do the same thing, but this string here, we just don't want to show all of this. And also, I don't think we need these. Let's remove them because they're just confusing. As we're only writing, we're not adding any stuff to there now. That's also not logical to me that you can do that. That there's no special character to indicate it. But it's because it's like a shell scripting language. It's not an actual scripting language like Python that is more complex and nicer. So the next thing to find out how it works. So DNS server. Okay. What's not working as it should? Get part of string PowerShell. Stub string using PowerShell. So
Host name resolution.
Okay. So your internal stuff you're talking about. I had a knock on the door. Very nice one. Hey, my love. Okej, nu fixar jag det nu. Va? Vill du ha spaghetti? Ja, du måste bestämma vad du vill ha i det. Gör det. Har du lagt det, Linus? Love you. Jag kommer. So I'm going to go and microwave some spaghetti and meat sauce for one of my kids.
Like I set up distinct host names, and if I try to ping host name, my LAN, not my actual FQDN though, it says inch domain.
Okay. So you can tell me how you have it set up. I can hear you even though I live here, okay? So you can't hear me though, because I promised my kids that I won't have my mic on in the rest of the house. So I can hear you still, so you know. I'm just going to go and get the food. It's kind of quick.
I think it's my one server not forwarding the request to my AGARD instances, which are set up to serve those local host names.
If you're curious, you can always check the traffic on your network, right? See what happens. So my phone just went crazy with notifications. I don't know why it goes like... So, I don't know why I got a million notifications at the same time. Just checking quickly if there was anything. You never know, you never know. Oh, so last time that Hack the Box stream was with Gar, I kinda noticed an hour before because he sent a message on Discord, so you never know.
I think I'll finish setting up Nut, then I'll do the DNS stuff.
Yeah, do that. Finish one thing first. And then you can see if you can check the traffic and see what actually is happening. That's nice to know, right? So... so we just want to grab a very, like, we want 5 characters on this string. We want 144 characters from this string. Substring. Is this proper? Index and length must refer to location within the string. Oh, so it's too long. So that's substring. That's so perfect, right? Very nice. This is when we like object orientation. So if this actually works, we will just test it. So if it is not okay, we will fix it by dot substring. And I guess 0. Is it 0? We will notice, right? Otherwise we'll say there is no index 0. And this will be this again. Maybe we'll even use -1 to give it some space. I thought about doing this here too. So it won't like wrap in some odd way. So let's do that here too. So let's grab the whole thing, because we're not making a script file here. No, we're gonna have to do it a million times. So we've been working on this one for forever. But it is nice to have a nice output, right? Yeah. So missing statement after if condition. So I messed up my structure of the if on line 7, character 30. So 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just checking the parenthesis is the right logical amount. So it is this if. Mismatch stating a block after condition. Parse error record. So let's hop back to the one place where we found the LE and let's check how it's actually supposed to go. No, I closed it. This was easy to find at least. So no backs here there. This is operators. So this is operators 1. So let's just search for an if. I want an example. And there's no examples. So, or rather, there might be. Oh gosh. Spec id. Specific. True if. I'm sorry for this. If they have a parenthesis around this, which is a very nice way to use an if, and my C-friendly brain likes it, but I didn't think it was necessary here. So let's add parenthesis. And I did add the -1 here. So one number minus another. And there are parentheses, so I don't think that's a problem. So, yeah, it was just parentheses. And we're still getting empty lines there. I know why. Because we need to do the same with the spaces. So, that's why. Let's Ctrl-C this one. Let's take the opportunity to actually clear it before we actually have stuff in the memory. And let's fix this, because we need to do the same thing here when we clear it. It is a bit annoying, isn't it? So clearing it is here. We don't need to do the same thing. We can just use this and overwrite all of it with spaces. And we're done, right? So the whole length thing here. That we replace with that, and it should just work because it wrapped with the spaces too. That's what I didn't understand before. So now it's scanning. Let's see if it looks okay up here. So why didn't it write anything for this? It's obvious that the first hit is here. So when we have missed stuff and we get a hit, then we get odd output. So let's see if it happens again. So it's still working on this file. Or did I click something? Yeah, I aborted it by clicking. It's a partial thing. But it's kind of good because I can just pause it by clicking, so I just shouldn't complain. So API key. Yeah, so the pause was so long, so it wrapped, and that is okay here. And then we get the red of the data, the line, and the search word, in case we have several, and member name. This is a line from the file, and we have one clear line and then we get a new file name with a new, maybe this is like a long line with lots of spaces that actually wraps as long, but I don't think so. So maybe we have some kind of odd bug there again. And then we have another long file name. PowerShell ... Is that a file? It says so. And let's continue. So it's just writing a long file name, this, and then the line in the file, which is quite long. We have a here we have a problem actually. When we get an error in the middle of this, it will break. We should hide errors while we do this. Yeah. And we just got that down. So the thing is that with PowerShell it doesn't help to check if the file exists first, because you still get an error. So if you don't want this kind of things there, we could try something, and if it doesn't succeed, then we can output that could not access this file. And we can see the files here that maybe this is nice. It doesn't matter much. This is easier to read than this, but we can see it's the same file name. So we get a clear list of actually the errors. It's okay, we don't have to do anything for this. And this keeps working with the long file names. So I think we're finished. And here is the solution to this task. It's a fake key. Only we were not supposed to make a script of it, and you know everything. So we have, if we want to dig into this, but I don't feel like doing it right now, at least, because it's functional, right? And it's we can see that it's still working. So the primary reason for this was to see that it's doing something. When it's just standing still, I want to see something is happening, right? Well, that it's doing something. And now I'm looking at the pizza bread while I'm still too full. I shouldn't be. So it's still scanning. It will keep scanning the 30 gigabyte hard drive. All files except exes, and maybe we should remove like that, like these. We can remove that files. Files called cache. So we can remove more files that we don't want here in the exclude bit. So it is kind of like frozen on the file for some time. Datastore.edb it's on now. So some files just are huge. And whatever. I kind of wanted to check through the whole thing, right? It's continuing now. We have a finished script. And we can put this in our Windows exploration. So we're actually in the exploration section here, and I'm thinking we will add more of these to start here for Windows. So here we have lots of things to do if you're on a Windows box, and now we have more things to add. PowerShell commands. So new note, search for API key script, and we're just gonna paste it here, and this describes it. So if we ever need this, maybe we should have like a PowerShell folder or something when this is starting to get long. We should probably sort a bit. So it is nice if this is not more than one page, so you can just quickly scan it. This is a bit long. Here also PS commands, right? I need to clean up a bit. But I'm kind of thinking we could add stuff to here already now. Oh. So it's still going. This was an interesting line. It's definitely binary. You couldn't go recover that. Trying to scroll there, it's not possible. So you have to click to abort it, then you can scroll up and check stuff. Enter to continue. I'm starting to get an understanding for why they added that feature. So I've been like, why do you do this to me? So I had a meeting earlier today, and then I noticed I had like some food on my screen. No, it's gone. So it wasn't as visible with the dark colors now on the purple. It looks more like I had a dot. So let's continue with the next question in the track me room. And we'll see if we end up making another script that we can use when we're exploring machines. So this is of course not only useful for searching for API key within files. The thought was to add several search thingies. So we could do password, you know, things. What command do you do to list all the running processes? I think it's probably get process. So I have that already in my stuff. But let's add it just to have it on the PowerShell thing we just started doing here, right? So this is not a basic, it is an enumeration. So new note, get process. And as it is kind of self-explanatory. We don't need to do anything. What happened there, by the way? Something else opened? So, what is the path of the scheduled task called a new sched task? So we can see the answer, right? Now I'm curious to see if that is it. No, the answer is too short. So why is it only a slash? It's very odd. So we can't write more than one character. Whatever I write, it does this character. Let's see what it's called. I was just curious. What is a path? So they can like hide the thing, because it can't be one character a path, right? We can just type one character. Is this a bug? Now I'm very curious. How are we supposed to write anything but a slash here? So if I write a Q, nothing happens, it just shows the slash. So, who is the owner of C? I could never guess. Let's abort the script. It's keeping running nicely here. There are a few empty lines here, but they're kind of okay. So, and we see that it stops the lines. No, that's not one of the ones it stops. So, yeah, and it could be contents of the file here with the spaces, but I don't think so. How many control C's do you want? I think I did 5. So let's do get command sched. So get schedule job, get schedule job. Here we can see functions too, by the way. So these are functions, not actual commandlets. So new schedule task is a function. It's not an alias, it's a function. And these are commandlets. And what is the difference? Oh, look, it's also listing applications. Interesting. So apparently the copy I did failed. Get schedule job. I would assume task, but let's. Nothing. So what if we say task instead? So I didn't see that in the list, but it was probably a function then. So get schedule task. Yeah, it's a function, source, schedule tasks. So we're going to search this for said task new, and the path is a backslash, and that's why my slash didn't work, because whatever I typed yeah, so the owner so let's do it. Let's add it to the notes, of course, right? We need to just to write remind us that these exist, and I'm totally misspelling it, right? SCHEDULED. No, it is correct. It's just it doesn't it wants a space in there in the file name. Well. So owner. So let's see if we can do the same thing again, and let's test it first. Let's and let's get owner. Nah. Why not, you know? Why not try? It will be something more in there. So let's find a command with own in there. Owner even. No. So, PowerShell. Get owner of folder. Hey scripting guy, how can I use? I'm kind of happy that they still pop up. The scripting guys. Get ACL. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that. I was trying to be clever and I was stupid. So we already saw this from the length, right? From the length of it, don't you think? So that's the answer. So let's add GTCL here, so self-explanatory. So though I do kind of think
doing some testing and going offline afterwards. See you next time.
Okay, see you next time, and thank you for being here and keeping me company. It's very nice to have someone who's chatting in chat. Thank you. So let's check in here. So other people there that are in chat, you're very welcome to talk to me, you know. You don't have to, it's okay to lurk. Very okay to lurk. So and thanks guys for thanks for the lurk, you know. I just checked who was here. So now that we have run PowerShell commands, well, basic scripting challenge. we kind of did that, right? And now that we have run PowerShell commands, let's try to write and run a script to do more complex and powerful actions. For this task, we'll use PowerShell IC, the PowerShell text editor. Let's use a particular scenario to show an example of the script. Given a list of port numbers, we want to use this list to see if the local port is listening. Open the listening ports PS1 script on the desktop using PowerShell IC. So I usually don't edit things on the machines because of this, you know? So you're in the middle of focusing on writing code and then oopsie, you know? I don't think it's ever happened to me, but I imagine it would be not that hard to do it. But I don't think we'll do a lot, right? PowerShell scripts usually have the PS1 extension. System port get net TCP connection state listen. The command we run before, but now we save the objects in system ports. Text port, get content, yeah! So we already opened and looked at the script. I just remembered. It was so long ago now. So we already looked at the file too, right? So we just have a few ports and it was opened on another screen. So come on, I just want it a little further up so we can actually see. So since we started the box, or it closed down on us. So let's just edit this. And it looks the same as last time. So, there. Bright light though, right? So let's hop over here and look at this to save everybody's eyes. Mine though is still blind from the script. Let's minimize those things. It is 23:33 here, so it's closing up to midnight. One of my kids went to bed. So I stream late now, but then I don't stream the whole weekend. I'll spend the time with the family. And I'm actually gonna build a fence for my mom tomorrow. System ports. Yeah, and then text port from the text file. For each port in text port. If port in, okay, echo port. So if we're listening in on the port, it is in both the currently listening ports and in the ports we want to check, then it will just echo it. Though echo I have not seen before. It's using an alias here when we're learning PowerShell. That's a bit ugly. We'll have to add it to script and make it do. And now I don't remember what we used all this time, right? I will open, I will know. Here. Right host, not echo. On the first line, we want to get a list of all the ports on the system that we are listening. We do this. Oh, they're just explaining it. I'm skipping what I already read in the code. Particular club like using the loop through sets. Once we have the port, we can check. Yeah, it's still just doing the code. Now that we have seen, I'm just scrolling past the bright light. Now that we have seen the basic script looks like, it's time to write our own. The email folder on the desktop contains copies of emails John, Martha, and Mary have been sending each other and themselves. Answer the following question with regard of these emails. Try not to open the file and use a script to answer the questions. Scripting may be difficult, but here is a good resource. So let's just open that one. Learn X in Y minutes, where X is PowerShell. Oh, nice. I like this thing. So we have all the things in one list. PowerShell as a tool. If you're certain about. Very nice, very nice. So let's grab this link and let's put it in the notes at once. So on PowerShell here, PowerShell sources, and that was a great one. Yeah, learn X in minutes. So now I'm kind of in love with the site before even looking. Look at this. Look at this. Ooh. Some things I'm just skipping, right? So what do you want to learn? Hey. Ishmael. Java. JavaScript. So there's Kotlin. Yeah, I can go for Kotlin. So just short things about how things work without all of the mess. If you already know how to program, you can just quickly get this. Yeah, very nice. So it's getting in there double. So in my programming one, in the main thing, So what did I call it for PowerShell? Sources. I should have said resources. Resources to learn programming and for programmers, right? Because if you don't know what an if is, then you wouldn't get much from this. But if you do, we can add more stuff later. Let's fix this one. Let's do resources instead. Sources is not specific enough. Yeah. I'm not gonna read it all now, but let's just scroll to the bottom. Acronyms and data structures. Yeah, I'll definitely check this out later. Remember how Perl was, or is. What file contains the password? What is the password? What file contains the HTTPS link? So, they want us to base it on this and use files. Where were they? Emails folder on the desktops. So let's check what the structure looks like first. Emails, and we have names and documents in there, and we want to first find a file that contains the text password, and we could easily do this on the command line. So I'm thinking, why would we make a script? What would it be useful, you know? So let's actually use the same file, just because we already have some things there that might be useful. So I'm gonna write it underneath there. So let's say that we have a path first, right? So path, file path. I don't want to use anything that could possibly already exist, and the path is so the thing is, this is not even in quotes, right? So we want to check two levels, or we could do it recursively. Or should we make a script that answers all 3 questions only, not but the answers? We don't really need to use a script for these simple things. Yeah, we just did a script, so we don't need to really do a script again, right? But it could be nice to use for each. We didn't use for each, so I'm thinking for each file, for each file, no, for each folder in mail, for each person in mail. Person in mail, and for each, well, in person. That sounds very odd. For each mail. Let's do mailbox instead. And let's let's do some pretty output and stuff. So here we want to know the mails. We will have to add stuff. So this is like pseudocode for now. We want to know is the text password in the file. Then print the line. And this is an if too. And then parallel to this, we will have an if text. Well, in HTTPS.
Able443 says, Hi.
Hi, welcome in. In mail text. That's more clear. So password in the file text. In mail text also. And that's supposed to be indented then. Print the line. And here we actually want to print the file name. So actually print mail. So to get started, we need to know what is mail. So mail is, and then they didn't use quotes, but I'm assuming we need those. It was called emails, so directories, right? So I'm curious how to do this thing. If there's an automatic thing to do this. So this is just called this. Let's do the full path. So let's do a quick Google. Maybe we should close a few things. And then I will want one of them again. What do you think? So, for each PowerShell and files directory. So for each item in collection, that's what we're going to use, but filing files, get child, files, get child and path. So we add this also. And we don't want files, we want directories. We also actually want all the ones. So we just add this bit, and it's kind of like a lot of it is done already. Poof. So now this is an object, which is a directory. And we can actually copy its line here, because this is things we've already used. Processing directory. Processing mailbox. And we go for mailbox. They are using uppercase words though on their variables here, so I don't know if that's a convention. Desk, that's not the right one. So right, it's processing mailbox name. And this odd thing that we can just do this like this, or we could have put this before and added a plus. And they work exactly the same. That is interesting to me. And I do think I prefer this to make it more clear that this is a variable, all of this. As we're still noobs at this, right? At least I haven't made many scripts. And just probably there's something more that I don't remember, but mostly reverse shells. Writers processing mailbox name. For each mail, we're gonna do the same thing here. And the processing mail. And now we're doing mail.name. And there is something more required here. We can just do mailbox. We need to do... we could actually do the get child item thing in there instead. So it is logical. So in get child item path, and then we do the same thing here. Get child item path, and here we could do path 5, but they will all be mails, and it doesn't matter very much. And if we were to get an error message, it would be fun to deal with it, but as we have already looked at the data, we'll have to add a directory in one of these directories to check it out, see if we get an error. Then we have if I think we already had this case. So let's just check this out a bit more and see if they do anything more with the data. They do move item, write host, moved file.
Jug Pro says, "Hey, what are you doing?"
So we're doing a try hack me room on hacking with PowerShell.
Fixerbot says,
New follower
Welcome
Jug
in.
Pearl.
Thank you for
Less
the
than
follow.
3.
So we're currently making a script that solves these 3 questions. And we have a directory filled with emails. Or rather,
New follower Able 443.
mailbox.
Less than
Thank
3.
you very much for the follow. So let's see here. And if there's anything that you want to ask, just do it. And if you want to teach me something, just tell me stuff. That's how it works here.
Jug Pro says, "Nice, so THM teach how to code with PowerShell?"
Yeah, they do. So I'll send the link to the room. I'm going to turn off TTS for it with the dash at the start there. It would just say web link. Or
Soon you will be doing malware dev smile with your PowerShell skills. Smile, smile.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'll hopefully do more cooler malware dev on PowerShell. So we'll see. I'm currently doing this path that this room is a part of. We were aiming for AD today, but there were problems with the old VPN files, downloading them from TrackMe. So, if password in the mail text. So first of all, we're gonna have to have parentheses and stuff here. Bird wings. So password, let's make this a string because this is actually something that will be there, and this And here we know now that this is called .name, right? And let's also do a plus to make it clear here, and HTTPS found in colon. So we have answer to the last of the questions. And here, print the line. So we just print the line, and also print is not the word. It is not echo either, right? Right host. Oh, right. So WRITE dash. Didn't it? Not if you misspell it. Right dash, yeah. So H, and then we have it. So we can just tap. So, and then we're going to do the line. Mail. Yeah, we need to go through maybe the lines too. Because we don't want to write the whole mail, do we? Or we just write the whole mail. Which one should we do? Maybe just pass on one line and word on the other one, but I don't think so. Yeah, let's do the lines too. Why not, you know? So the more to learn, the better. So we're going to actually indent this section, and now it will be in line. And first we have to actually find how this works. So we found the here in excess, right? It seems to work. Yeah, so in is a thing. So in should work here too. Let's put parentheses, making it a bit more correct. And let's make the bird wings too. Oh gosh, that wasn't the bird wing, was it? I'm totally out on the wrong end of the keyboard here. So the F and this F too. And then we're going to indent this whole thing. And for each, and I'm assuming we can do the lines here in some way for each line. Maybe it's just automatic if we do this in mail. Maybe it's mail dot something, right? Yeah, it's detecting stuff because we don't have extra words now. So we can do this. Yeah, if we did $, here, it would be happy, right? Wouldn't it be? No, because it doesn't exist. So actually, it is obviously sensitive to this thing, so we can check easily. This is why this is nice to have an IDE. So what things do we have here? Not a lot. Mail is just a text string. It seems. It's just a string, so we would have to split it and go through it, I'm thinking. So we would have to split it, and we would do that. Was there like an automatic line split? I don't think so. That. Yeah, so let's do a quick Google. PowerShell split online. Split a string into an array. Array, split function, split on dash. So I'm thinking if I scroll down a little more, we'll get special characters. Yeah. Summary. A split environment new line. String split options, remove empty entries. Look, file looks like this. Yeah, similar to what we want to do. I have 3 methods for you. Get content, get content. Yeah. So we just get content for it. That's so logical. It's so simple. Of course. Get content. Split rn. Split environment new line. Isn't this what the dude said? He didn't say get content. He just tried to dot split it, like I was thinking, not get content. So I'm thinking n is shorter, but environment new line is prettier. And if we add the string split option with remove empty entries, we don't get any empty lines. It doesn't matter for us here, but it can be pretty and have in the notes for the future, right? So we're gonna copy this, and instead here, so where am I printing this? Where am I? HTTP is in, but I wasn't down here. Hopping around trying to find. So here we don't need to split it. So this is already done, right? Except for parentheses. I was like thinking mail was not a string, and it was a string, so though it is a name, is it? No. Mail and get child item mailbox, that would be the file names. So processing mail, mail.name, mail dot so why did we have the mail.name? It was from here. So was the example we used before not okay? Mailbox dot, and I'm using mail twice. Yeah, of course it's confused. Of course it's confused. Never use the same twice. That will be odd. So mailbox in mail folder. Path mail folder. Now if we do mailbox dot, we don't get anything still. Let's double check this example that we had, and that was not the right one. So this one uses the get children path here, and then file here. Files here, I mean. This is a variable. So I've just moved this bit to here. What we should probably do is to put a parenthesis. Because it's not clear, right? What it actually is. Let's see if this changes now. No, it might not be smart enough to. It doesn't mean that it's definitely wrong. So mailbox in mail folder with the command. We could actually use a folder here to make it a lot more easy to read. Then we have write host, processing mailbox, mailbox name. And I'm thinking that we will comment the rest of this for to get started, to see if we have something that works. Commenting an empty line. And also this looks odd. So first of all, yeah, we only have one. So this is the for each, and then we have the write host. We don't have any odd characters. And this is called listening port. So actually, let's save this as something nicer name. Mail. Dot ps1 on the desktop, which makes me double check that we have 53 minutes left. I'm adding an hour. We have 2 hours now. I might still lose it if I'm not paying attention. So, let's see the users. We're administrator, right? And desktop. Okay, I'm falling for it, doing ls here. So we're going to /mail .ps1, and we're getting the mailboxes. They have pluses on the start of the name. So that must be a symbol for a directory, because I don't remember that from here, right? So interesting. So let's enable the next step of this. This confirms that .name works, even though it was not shown. So we're going to enable the next step, which is for each mail, the files then in this path mailbox. And then we're going to write those names. And here we have a typo, or rather, I tried to get it to auto find that. So we're going to go back here and run it again. John does not exist. Desktop John. Oh. So we need to complete it with a full email. So this will need mail folder. So we will need mail folder plus mailbox here. And let's actually put some parentheses around this too. I didn't think it was necessary, but it is pretty, right? Oh gosh, I didn't do a slash between. Kinda obvious, right? So there's a little backslash in there, and see if this can be done, or if it adds something odd. There's actually pluses there too now. Yeah, this is so odd. It is so odd. I'm so confused by this. So we could probably just do this, right? PowerShell, there's no logic to it. So couldn't all strings at least have to have quotes around them? Wouldn't that be nice? But it would have been nice on the command line. So we have all the files here too now. I don't know why they put a plus there. Maybe there's an indentation difference here, 2, and here it's also 2. Why the plus? I don't really care though. So now let's just output the files. That's the next step. So let's add here. So we don't actually need to write host here, but we can get contents instead. So to start with, we just get content. I'm typing on the other screen. Get content, and we're going to do the mail name, and we will need the same thing there with the path, or it won't find the file, right? So also the mailbox.
Able443 says, the thing is we could do this in one command, but making it in a script is much more difficult. Smiley face.
So we could easily do all of the questions in one command, but this is for practicing doing scripts. That's why we're doing it like this. Exactly. So mail folder, but we learn things about how it works and how the output works, and that we actually have to build this in another object-oriented program. You would probably get the full path there, not just the last folder name, and it wouldn't output it as it's an object too, right? So this is not just a string, it's an object. You can see this with the name. So maybe there's actually, if this were to work with the dot here, it doesn't. Maybe there's a path, mail.path there too, or a full path name thingy, but I'm good with this, and it looks kind of smooth and nice too, right? So let's just see if we run this now. Oopsie. How come we ended up there suddenly? I've been typing in this so long. Suddenly we hop out to Kali. User administrator desktop emails Mary dot name does not exist. So there's no dot name here. So maybe this is not what we wanted there either, but it worked for some reason. So we can see all the contents of all the files, and it's working. So just to make sure we, what was a clear command? Clear host, it's far down. So next time we run it, we will have a fresh one so we can see what's new. Let's delete the name of both of these and see what happens. So I kind of guessed that. So it didn't use those. Or it was the default. Whichever happened to be the right thing. So now we're going to instead loop the lines with get content. So we kind of go to use this one here. The same as the ones before. We put it in a parenthesis, and that is the line. We need a little start here, and we need a little end there, and some little space in between. And now we're not printing it out, instead so we're using a loop. So now we can right host the lines. Line, and it should look the same as we're not doing any changes. We're not doing any split even right now, so let's add the split. So after the path, we're going to actually they use parentheses around this here, and then they minus split, they dash split it. But I was thinking we would use this dot split environment and the whole darn thing there. It's also prettier with dot when it's in the script, right? So there, and this is suddenly very long, and I can't see the parentheses, so so we have 2 parentheses at the end, and we have 1 starting there and 1 starting there, so they are even. The question is if we want to get 1 there and there, but this is a dot split, so it's obvious connected. So I'm kind of thinking we should get lines from this now when we're splitting it. I'm also curious to see if it would actually do it automatically, right? So actually first, for this to work, we need to add something here. We don't even need that. That's a boring thing or whatever. So we can do test line, I think. And we need an end parenthesis and bird wings here. So I'm gonna cut that off for now. And instead we do so why the squiggly? So parenthesis, 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 bird wing, missing statement body in for each loop. Okay, so I can't put a comment here. It can't handle, but it's probably not PowerShell that can't handle it. It's just this editor. Oh, I put the wrong bird wings. That's why. And I know why. I kind of miss them all the time now, right? So let's clear host and run it. And we can see that every line starts with test. This was my test. We don't need to add any breaking of the lines. It is automatic. So this is my test to see if every line, not just every file, got the test at the start. So this bit we can just say bye-bye to. So let's just confirm quickly that if I delete this and run this, we also get test on every line. So it's the same functionality, but as this is nicely done, we don't need to. So not necessary stuff, bye-bye. So now writing all the lines, we can compare stuff with all the lines too. So let's actually uncomment this one instead here. And let's delete that one. And we can do stuff with the lines. So we want to know if HTTPS is in line. Oh, in line. So the squiggly say stuff. Unexpected token in statement missing closing parenthesis after if statement. So I think that is the word to use. But then it would be this way, right? So no? Yeah. So there's still a parenthesis problem too.
I think we could do something like define directory and a variable and then define files variable, and that variable is GCI path $dir include text recurse, then loop through it and select string pattern password.
We could do very quick and easily find all of these. And we already have before, but now this task right now is to do it in a script. And I was like, should I just write 3 commands in the script? No, let's actually make for each loops and stuff. So we practice these things. So in the previous tasks there we have done, it was probably in the basic here, that we did searches and stuff for things. So you could do this yourself if you want to. So now I'm doing the most complex possible way to do all of these in the same one. But let's see what I'm missing. I'm going to have to Google
Blanchard says her
to
Akbar
find
Khan
string and
Jaglar
string.
Data. Super cool Jew.
Du kan lära dig bland annat på räkning här. So this is Swedish for everybody else. So I kind of do English in here. It's not like I say Swedish too. So, but I can talk Swedish for a little bit. If you don't feel comfortable with English, is English okay? Är engelska okej? Eller ska jag prata svenska? Jag kan förklara det på svenska också om du vill. Så det här är en sida som har massor med gratis material för att lära sig det här. Så just det här är om hacking med PowerShell. Så jag vet inte hur mycket du kan om saken eller så det är bara att fråga mer saker. Men gärna på engelska. So I'm hopping back to English. Let's Google. So PowerShell, find string in
Blanchard
string.
says, oh my bad, no English is fine.
Okay, no problem at all. So let's see. You can ask anything. If there's something I know that you don't, you ask me. And if the other way around, you're welcome to teach me. And I will let you give great suggestions, and I've got another ones here too. So I'm trying to trim a string. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Select string. We're more like find string. Find string. Substring. Find substring and string. Find a substring and string with PowerShell. I don't want to trim it though. I just want to know if it's in there. So let's see what the people say. Result, substring, splash A. So just substring. It was so simple. No. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got disconnected all of a sudden.
Okay. So let's say your string is. Let's make this easier. We're going to do just PowerShell substring. So I don't know if this is the best one though. Replace split methods.
Blanchard says I've never used PowerShell. I just know some basic programming. I'm considering going back to university this fall though for Comp Sci. Is PowerShell
nice.
Windows only or can I run it in Linux?
You can actually run it in Linux too, if you install it. So, but I would suggest if you want to learn something more and you don't already know Python, I would suggest Python because it's much more logical and better. So, but if you're going for Windows administration stuff, then it might be good to do PowerShell. And I want to know all the things. So I'm not actually... so I don't want errors, right? If I try to take a substring that doesn't exist, I will get probably a like 0 position or negative or something like that. Unix find string exe. Search a string of multiple files. Yeah, that's kind of use find string. No, we want the PowerShell commands. We're totally limiting this to PowerShell commands. Searching for strings in files with PowerShell.
I think I had done this room last year before my OSCP exam, but at that time I really didn't understand what I did. Smiley face. I might not to consider it doing it again. Yeah, do it again. So I didn't really, I wasn't really going to do this one. I was going to do the 80 rooms. But we had a VPN download problem. It's just 0 bytes. And I put a question on the Discord and no one has given any reasonable answer yet. So I'm thinking it might be that if it closes down fully that room, it might work, but we'll see. We'll see. I can download the other ones. So, finding a string, finding a pattern. Yes, we want to find a string. Select string pattern class path. So they're finding the word. Yeah, so we don't want to find. We want to find it in a string. Select string. So we have a path there, right? This is off. We just have a simple text string. Because we're doing it this complex way. We could have done it this very easy way if we wanted to. But that's not the way we're going now. We need to learn the details of scripting. So if we happen to have a string, we need also to be able to compare it to other strings. And I kind of remember contains being a thing. So yeah, contains. Contains operator. Maybe I just need a minus there. What do you think? It's just the minus missing. Okay. So this is what I need to learn, right? So then we just do in mail. And we also need to get rid of that. And indent that. So let's make sure the for each has its parentheses. The if has its parentheses. This one is still commented out. So we're going to comment the writing of all lines out so we can actually read the output because we know that works already. So let's clear the data output and let's see, did we get anything? No output of this. So let's hop back one step and actually uncomment this, run it again, and let's see if we can find HTTPS. It's also uppercase in this. If it's lowercase, I'm going to like strangle the person who wrote this task
because I on purpose did it uppercase. I have not seen anything about HTTPS though, so I'm too lazy for this. So we're going to just, no, not that far down. Come on. I was like, why is it so much? And why can't I see the bottom? There. And I'm gonna just simply copy it into my notes. This is a good place to do it. And then we find HTTPS. And there's a second time it is. It's at the very end here. And it is lowercase. So let's clear host. Ready to run it. Change these letters. And we have a new task. We need to to lower this one before the comparison, or if there's a way to make the comparison itself be case insensitive. Because I think that was probably the reason. If it wasn't, we have a job to do. No, I don't think it found it, did it? I forgot to comment this line again. Actually, let's comment it out here. So we have now HTTPS line contains and line contains HTTPS. It might be HTTP contains line, but that's like just very crazy. I don't know the syntax of contains. Let's actually hop back and look what it's supposed to be. Contains. This contains this. So the part is afterwards. Dot contains. Oh, thank you for that. I'm much rather object oriented than especially
Blanchard says I've only worked in Java and the JS ecosystem. But InfoSec seems cool. Red pill me on Python, please. Why did you recommend that in particular?
First of all, it's object oriented, and it doesn't have all of these, like all the thingies here. That one problem I hit is that I would want to do this plus a string plus, and what it did was actually print out the pluses too. It didn't work even. It's not like both works. So just variable name, character to print normally, variable name again. So it's like odd. It's quite odd. Yeah. So especially if you have done Java or any other like more C-like language, I think Python is easier.
Blanchard says, "Oh, that's funny, lol."
Yeah, it's like, what's the problem here? What am I doing? And also sometimes when I click the dot here, it pops up stuff like this. These are all objects, and sometimes it doesn't. So the IDE is not like totally logical. Maybe I can do it even on right host. Let's see. Dot? No. Can we do it on a string? Dot? Yeah, here we can do it because this is a basic string. It can do strings, but it can't do like very more complicated than that. So right host, it should always do this, whatever it writes out, right? And we don't have to do this plus really. We can just do space too. Or we could do this. That would work too. It's too loose, right? It's not clear what to do. And also here now instead of putting a space dash and space HTTPS, it said that we can do this. And then I was like, oh, I'm in love, you know, because then it's clear that this contains this. This is a method of this object. It's much clearer to me what's happening. Documentation doesn't mention anything about it. Let's see. Oh. This does not evaluate to true. This evaluates to false instead. And this evaluates to true. So I think we fixed the code by doing that graphical aesthetical fix. This is the reason, right? This is the reason. I don't think I saved. I didn't. Let's just run it again. We don't have the big output. So now we found it because of this contains bug that we just read about without reading it. So now I'm curious why. Why? The contains operator doesn't do substring operation, and the match must be on a complete string, and is used to search collections. Okay, so a collection can use contains, but not a string. So abc-def contains def. But we got it with a dot contains, and we solved the problem, and it's nicer. I think what you want is a match operator, which will return true. So let's try this. So let's try the match operator. And I'm not going to delete this one. I'm happy with that. So we go into edit a new one here, and we're going to dash match, and do this, and that should give us a true then, and give us this output. What do you think? Found in. And now I'm gonna break it by doing this.
You're really good at Python.
This is not Python. So, and we broke it, so it doesn't work anymore. That's good. So now we can delete this line and go with a nice object-oriented looking approach. So, why am I good at Python? Did you check out their videos or something?
I saw your GitHub.
Okay. So I'm actually making a course. I wouldn't say that I'm very good at it, but I've learned quite some stuff. I've just used it for like 1.5 years or something. Actually, cyber insecurity, I did his little introduction to Python first. So I recommend that one.
Fixerbot
So go
says,
into YouTube, cyber
New follower board
insecurities,
removal. Less than 3.
YouTube channel, and then he has a Python tutorial series. That's good. Pedagogical, very nice. But if you already know programming, you might just Google stuff too, right? So I was just curious on that, and it was good. So now we know that we do line dot contains, and also the logic of having dash contains and dot contains do the opposite thing, or totally different functionalities. That is also why I don't like PowerShell, right? So now we have a commented line here, and I'm kind of missing a parenthesis here. Where did it go? Did I delete a line? So print the line. Here we do line.
Boy Removal says, oh, you're on both Twitch and YouTube. I made sure to follow you on both less than 3.
Thank you very much. And welcome in. So I've already said, so everybody just welcome chat, ask anything. If you have suggestions, give me suggestions. So let's add a little text too, just because it show how logical it is with this thing, right? Found in, and here we do this instead. Password found in line colon line. Actually, we can't do \n, but we can do backtick n here. So we should get this on the next line. So let's test this. So I'm like, this is too much text. There, now we can see easily. So in John, there's nothing. Yeah, so in doc3, password found in line. I got some errors trying to access my password file. Is there any way you can help? Here is the output I got. And then mailbox Martha, password. I managed to fix a corrupted file to get the output, but the password is buried somewhere in these logs. Found in the line. Password is. And here we have the password. And the HTTPS is found in this file. I think we answered all the questions. What file contains the password? Let's answer that question. We can see here that it's in this file, right? But let's answer it. Password found in file. Let's actually do that here. In file. In file. And then we do within these. Isn't this crazy? Let's make it even crazier. Let's do this and this. And here we just write the thing. Let's see if it still likes it. And then we test to adding a plus character and see if it will print the plus. So I'm like, can I just do this too? Will this too work? Let's see if we can break it, right? It doesn't squiggly anything. Not that it means so much, but mail. Mail is the file name. But we can do this thing here. We also have characters here, right? That are kinda normal characters in the middle of text. So of course we could do this too, right? But now it's almost logical because it's all the same way. So I'm gonna clear host every time so we get the output. Password found in file and then the line. Password found in file, password found in file. So here we have the full path to this file. And it worked very fine and very nice. So how can we possibly break this? Of course we can break it by doing that, right? But that's not fair. So, but if I would put a plus here, it would output this plus, wouldn't it? Even though it's just next to this character here. So, so we have a big plus here. So, I guess this is the best total example of how odd PowerShell is. So, let's copy this and let's put it in our nose somewhere. Wrong thing to click. Yeah, this was just to have it put it somewhere. So example file handling script, very basic thing. So PowerShell. I clicked the key by mistake there. So if you don't use Obsidian, that's a tip. And yeah, I'm also my notes are available both on my GitHub and also on my webpage at fixit42.com/notes. But those are not as updated. And the ones on my machine, you need to update to GitHub. I should do that today when we're done. So, is there anything? Why is this line commented here? Yeah, it's because they're writing the full files, or the lines of all them as debug. Yeah, that's good. We done? Saving this file feels like a bit funny to do, right? It will be reset soon anyway. So let's hop back here and answer the questions. So we can see in our output here. So what file contains a password? The actual password, yeah, let's actually rerun this on a clear one. I think it is actually easier to read, even if it's kind of... So we can see here that this is the actual password, right? And this is the file name. Where it was. Oh, they just wanted the first bit of the name. I wouldn't call that even a name. Oh, we passed midnight quite a bit. How did that happen? What is the password? I'm just gonna copy it here. And which file contains the HTTPS link? HTTPS found in. So maybe we should output that too. Now I feel like, why didn't we do that? It's very easy, right? And they will not want the text part of that. Why? It's like some kind of... There are hints for these? There were not hints for them before. Let's see. The string match across the files. Regex. So why would I use a regex? Because they didn't... Well, if it wasn't HTTPS in there... let's print the thing. Now I almost wish we'd made a regex. So we just do this, right? And we can just add it here, no problem. Because it is no clear rules here. And we can see how to work well.rand. So, next time thing. And now that you learned a little bit about how scripting works, let's try something a bit more interesting. Sometimes we may not have utilities like nmap and Python available. And we're forced to write scripts to do rudimentary tasks. Why don't you try writing a simple port scanner using PowerShell? Here's a general approach to use. So let's write another script. First, let's make sure the time is not, time flies when you have fun, and I'm definitely having fun. I didn't notice like time past midnight when it's already 45. So I guess I should not keep the old stuff in here. Now we actually have a little bit of that left. Is there functionality in here to comment all of these? Toggle, toggle comment. Start IntelliSense, so we can control space for that. toggle breakpoint. We didn't run it from here too. We can run it from here, you know, if you didn't know. But I was thinking that we have so little space because of the thing. Let's see. We should be able to see both at the same time. I don't know. Maybe it's automatically decided to do this thing. There. This is what I meant. It's not as much space, right? So it's easier to just tab to the shell. So I'm not hungry, but I think I want water a lot. Someone said I should get that redeem to grab something to drink. I guess we just save us and call this port scan .ps1. And I wonder if I've done one of these. I think I might have done this already. Doesn't matter, it's just good practice. So, how on earth would we do this? I don't really know. I don't think I've done it. I've done other stuff. So we blocked ports or something. I don't remember what I was doing. Why don't you try writing a symbol?
How did you get into coding?
Let's say when first, like when I was 11 or something. So, yeah, I guess my dad liked computers. And I was reading his computer magazines, and there were like programs for maybe C64s or something, Commodore 64s, those kind of things. But we had a PC, so I was like, okay, let's try and convert this. There was no internet. So, yeah, that was interesting. Then I had it in school when I started 7th grade, and yeah, kind of in school from that time. And then I also helped the teacher for other kids. So there was a kid that started a bit late, so then I was his teacher, and the teacher taught the other rest of the class. So, let's see. Then we did Turbo Pascal and Basic, I think, there. And maybe we did machine code too in 7th grade. I think so. It's a bit fussy, I know. So we're gonna have to find. Let's actually grab their text. This is our start of the program. I haven't read it yet. How many open ports did you find? Between 130 and 140, inclusive of those two. So, so determine IP ranges to scan. In this case, it will be localhost. And you can provide any the input in any way you want. So let's do like, should we do input and parse it, or should we not do that? What do you think? Port ranges to scan. The type of scan to run. In this case, it will be a simple TCP connect scan. But I don't know how to do that. So that's kind of this is just input output, right? the interesting bit is this. I don't want to delete the stuff before. Well, let's delete this bit. And I guess we can like cut this one out here too. So we only have this to focus on. But I'm thinking we'll put this in the notes. It's just comparing a scan with it's a very simple script. Example script. Open listening ports. And it's even commented. I don't think I even care to uncomment it. But it's just a few clicks, so why not? There. So 10-hour stream. Oopsie. That's what happens when you have fun. So the first thing we need to know is to do a TCP connect scan in PowerShell. TCP connect test. We don't want to do a full scan. We just need to know test net connection. So we can build from the basic bits and learn how to do it. Test connection, test net connection. Net TCP IP, Microsoft PowerShell management. Test connection. This is something else. So let's assume this one. Or maybe it's not right either. Diagnostic information for connection. Yeah, so we need to be able to send detailed detailed test connection port 80. So we need to be able to supply more data there. So let's test it in PowerShell. Test net connection. Failed. And it tried to ping. Yeah, so we must be able to set details here. So we're going to do a get help on this. And this is as non-very helpful as usual. Preferred as on Linux. Test computer name string. Common TCP port. Information label detailed. We can do that. Common parameters. String hops detailed trace route. Okay, so this is also trace route. Computer name, information level, port. Computer name, they all have. And this one will limit hops. And we can trace route. So I guess ping / trace route. String, information level, quiet detailed port. So what's the difference between this one and the top one? Common TCP port. And this one has port. So port sounds better. Constraint interface. Now let's try this one. So we can probably skip the common one there. So there's still a possibility that we might not do stuff. Port scan script. Hopefully. We can do this already now. PowerShell. Test connection, and we can write here. So if we have computer name, oh, so computer name is not necessary. We can just do string for the computer name. We're going to do localhost here then. That's what they wanted us to do. Port scan zone machine, you know. And we want an information level of detailed because we're testing this. And the port will be different things. So
Able 443 says, "Alright, I gotta go now. It's 5:30 a.m. here.
Oh my
We'll join the
god,
stream
I hope I
later."
didn't keep you up. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for advice and chatting. Having a great time. And I'm hoping I didn't keep you up. 5:30 is a bit late. Or early. Good night. Or good morning. Good night, definitely. I'm not getting up at 5:30. So, just as an example here. Failed. And we can see that we have the right IP here. So TCP connect failed. Yeah. If we were to cheat and look at our own old data, or even run the script that was supplied with the machine here, right? Listening ports. But let's not do that. Let's just assume this is the correct way to do it. As it's actually running, it's resolving localhost. And ping succeeded true, TCP test succeeded false. So it can ping, but it can't connect to the port. So let's close the port list there too. So we have something here. It's also pretty in purple, so I get more happy about PowerShell. Scan from port, scan to port, and we could actually just, if we dollar these and do this, we have very descriptive names for variables. And this will actually be the first one we do, and I have to check what the task said, because it didn't say here, right? So here, 130 to 140. So 130. And we could do input for these and stuff. Maybe we even should. And we make these just comments in the script. because this is a task we have. So we just loop between these, and machine to scan, and I forgot to enter there, equals localhost. This is a test now, if this works without these. I'm kind of assuming, because everything else does, right? So come on, I want the dollar character too. Now I have to type it, and this will be dollar port number there, and this will be a loop. So PowerShell number loop. No, we want probably something else. I'm sure there's a for loop, right? We could just do yeah, let's do that. For loop. The face popping up first. It's funny, the text is harder to load than the images. So this is a PowerShell loop. And we have the LE here. Less than or equals to 10. And this will be okay because equals means both of these values will be in the loop. So this one is just added a line. So just copy this. So, and we're just gonna grab this and put it. Let's indent 4. Should we do that? It's okay, I guess. 2 is nicer, isn't it? So we can do I for like an integer. There, and then we do scan 2 with a less than equals. This is also not as pretty as it would have been less than character equals, right? This is not as readable. So I don't know why they selected this way of doing it. And this is very similar to C loop otherwise, though I do that. For net connection, machine to scan, information limit beetled, port number.
Boy Removal says, yeah, the syntax does seem a little wonky in PowerShell.
Yeah. And I also did this. Let's do port number. I know it is long. Let's do port no. That's shorter. It looks like this as a sport. No sports. We don't get any sports today. So port scan, it's called. So /port tab, port scan PS1. So we should have some kind of output too, not just doing them. We need to get output if it works, right? First of all, we should just abort it because we get so many errors. Cannot validate argument parameter name. The argument is null or empty. But we get warning. Let's see here. 320. So I was saying that I don't know if these are required, right? But maybe they are. So this was a test. Let's see if we get prettier output now. We want to gather the data too. How would we do this? So also we seem to have failed on everything. No? It's that we don't get any information when tests succeeded. So we need to gather the information, and we kind of know what the answers. Now let's see. How many open ports? So this is interesting. How many open ports did you find? And then there's 2 characters. Makes me curious. Because we only have 1, right? We have only 135. 135 was also on the list before. Come on. I saw it here. And we also run, I guess I click this one. I don't remember the command. There. We run this before. So here we can see what ports are listening. So we kind of have already the answer. So 135, 139. 139 fail. And it looks the same as the others. But also, it is this address. So, oopsie. So the test worked when we set a variable to its text string. We need to do that. It seems. So it's interesting that the output of the rest is so much slower. Interesting. So we can see that this is also the source address. And then we got a true there, 135. And we also got a true this time for 139, but we didn't for localhost. We got it for when we use this IP address. So it's just 1 actually, but yeah. I just did that test because of this. So here we have 139 false. So it is only 135 here. So I guess that we do one here and submit. And let's say either use raw TCP or test net connection. And we use test net connection. But we could also use raw TCP sockets. But the problem is, how many are there here, right? So, how many open ports did you find between these? The answer is too short. This could be only 10 or 11, as it's 2 characters. I think I know. It might be 0, 1. But it is incorrect too. So let's try 10. And then try 11. So all of them are supposed to be open. No. We know they're not. This is annoying. So hacking with PowerShell. And someone will have made like walkthrough thingies. And we go to the very end and see what they say about it. Replace local hosts with the target computer's name or IP address if you want to check the ports on a remote machine. Save the script. Let's see what they have. How many ports did you find? Localhost, starting port, ending port. 1. What? Each for each object. So I think they might have like thought, what on earth? I can't get this to fit to the answer, so I don't care about the variables I have here. So if we change this to 1 and run it again, but we should actually count them. We were not there yet. So first of all, let's remove the detailed information level for now. I'm assuming we can put this at the end. We might not, but there. Let's see first how much information we get this way. So it is not much difference. So I think I prefer the detailed one here. So I'm gonna abort that. That's too many ports to do this slowly. Now when we have theirs, we can just see what. So they have made variables like we did, but then they do 1.140 for each object, and I'm assuming this means they will test 1 to 140. And then they do port equals, well, the number in there, I'm assuming. Why not just do a normal loop? Whatever. Result, this is what I was gonna test without even checking. But now we know that this will work. So we can just copy result So I don't like that they do a walkthrough and not actually answer the question. So open ports equals 0, and if let's do the nice parenthesis, and then we bird wings it, and then we put this. Yeah, right. Can we do like plus equals 1? Never know. It's not complaining. We will know. Then we have to write out what open ports is at the end. So was it right host? Right host? Woohoo! I'm learning that. I'm going to try using these actually, so I remember them instead of just doing echo or type, or like type for that command, you know, that I don't remember now. when you're listening a file, get content, right? That's what we're practicing, trying to remember not just aliases but actual commands. Yeah, so open ports. The number of open ports in the range. Scan from port to scan to port was open ports. Then we can just put a dot here too. It's very odd. I feel really like I'm in echo on DOS. Very much. Which I kinda that compatibility, I guess, that we're getting. By the way, let's switch this one around because it's supposed to be localhost. Let's do on. That's not nice of it, but it will pop up what the name was, right? Machine to scan. So so if result, why did I copy this one when I just dollar the other ones? Because dollar is a hard character to type. Alt GR, and I can't even find it. Alt GR4. That's the way it is. So we could also block all the outputs. Let's just try information level known. We can try. Yeah. No, does not belong to quiet, detailed, quiet. Okay. Quiet. So we could probably quiet the warnings too if we wanted to. So now we will get 11, and now it's logical thing to do to get if we scan from 1 to 140 instead of 130 to 140, and this is a bug in the room. Right? So also, for a script to have this output, I don't think this is not what I expect or want. We can also see that it doesn't only do IPv4. So we could probably do this double speed if we wanted to. But I guess we're not supposed to really, right? Yeah, so let's continue with something else while this is going. So I'm just assuming that this will work. The box will be up for as long as it's up, kinda. We have all fails so far. Let's go back. Okay, so that's what happened with back. So this is the one we were supposed to do today. But as it didn't work, we did this one instead. And we have 34 minutes, and it's on port 50. So we would have had time, but and this room is 1,775 days old. I mean, that's long. That's old. I mean, how many old rooms are there? So I don't have it there. I have it here. Come on, did I click this? Kill. So 1,775,365. 4 years. 4 exactly? That's interesting. We did the room on its 4-year anniversary. So long as track me been up, really. So also this blocks the output. And we can also see that it's testing the right thing here, right? So we're supposed to test localhost 130 to 140. But the box is 4 years old. So we're only doing this test because of this person has this in here. And they have variables here called starting port. So if we copy find this, we have 1 hit, meaning it is not used in the script. This is not used in the script. So the person run this, and I don't know if this is the answer from their script. So how old is this? We still have no hits that I can see on the list. So I'm just scrolling up to check the date of this. So this is January 2024. So the kid didn't have any other experience than we did. It's a bit ugly, really. Well, maybe it's actually the first time they make a script. Yeah, so number of open ports was 1 on localhost. And that is what we got when we did 130 to 142. So it might have been that something else was open. Let's grab the script. I almost closed the box before I did that. So that's the example of how it could be, and then we have our finished script. And determine IP ranges to scan. In this case, it will be localhost. Determine the port ranges to scan. Determine the type of scan to run. So, let's do this. Run this on my computer, and we could like listen on. Just open a few netcats and see. Then I'm thinking Kali. I don't think I have PowerShell there. I'm not sure. I don't know if I want it there. So, what could we could use netcat for Windows on this computer, on my PC. So, with the speed of a normal PC and normal PowerShell, and we know we don't have to make a file for this. Oh, just check the difference in the output. Here we actually get response first for all. And I feel even more that we should limit it to IPv4. I'm quite sure I don't have a netcat copy to this one. Maybe. Let's see. Oh, I had it in my Obsidian. So I had a backup of stuff from Kali here, and I saved these. So we have 3 versions of netcat actually. So we can start stuff on this machine easily. That's nice. So I'm already missing Linux. I'm just trying to click stuff here. So can we just NC LVNP 123? Oh, what about this? That was odd. So CD does not work here. I'm kind of used that we can CD like that in PowerShell, I guess. So now we can do this, and we're, I guess, allowing it for now. We could also deny it. It would just still be visible from the inside, right? And so I'd like to quickly duplicate this. And let's actually do like lower numbers now. So I just wanted to click this. 1 click, 2 clicks. So d:, cd obsi tab, that. Oh. Yeah. That's where I used to have my obsidian. My fingers just did it by itself. That's nice that I renamed the directory. So, NC NVLP 20 then, I guess. So we're listening on 2. So let's rerun it. Interesting there.
It's sleep o'clock for me, smile, glad I found this channel. See you next time and good night, smile, smile.
Ah, yeah. So what? It said see you next time in my ear, but you said that long ago. Yeah. I'm so tired. I'm like, what happened? So this will run, and we can scroll up to check the results later. We have got all the data we want from this machine. And we got 1 open port. So let's just X. So my shoulder is not perfectly good yet. It's 1:30. And we just finished the room. So let's see if we can download the VPN file. I'm not gonna do the room now, but if we get the file down, we can do it later. Because it doesn't change. When we have it, we have it. Dashboard, enumerating Active Directory, and let's scroll down to access, networks, AD enumeration, download configuration file, 0 bytes. It's still 0 bytes. So I could download this one. I downloaded this one before. I have not downloaded this, I think. So I just went into this page, and I don't know if I saved it. No, I didn't. Good. So I'm thinking, as we do currently have several things that we can click. So let's open all these 3, and